I will start sharing my screen. Just 1 second.
Yeah.
So first of all, let's go to the brief. So this is the brief. I think you all have read more or less. So I would like to.
Can you make that larger, please?
Yes. Okay. I will come back to the brief, but I would like to prefer to go to the narrative because I have organized my speech, my presentation with this Google Doc, okay, with the narrative Google Doc, which is this one here. Okay, I will make it bigger as well, so then I can put more context, okay, because I explained it here some of the most important parts of the presentation. Here, context, okay. So I will explain the current, start with the current mandate because this is the campaign about the regional elections we had in Spain on May the 28th, okay? So more or less one month ago. I would like to explain the context a little bit, okay, and then go to the next steps. We are focusing in Madrid, okay, in the regional elections in Madrid, but there were many other regions in Spain where they were called to vote, okay? Not all of them, but many of them, okay? But Madrid was one of the most important. So we focus in Madrid, and the current mandate, Ayuso, which is the president of the leader of the PP party in Madrid, okay, with Monasterio, the leader of Vox, both were ruling in the mandate in coalition, okay, for the Madrid region. And they didn't defend our values at all. They had the chance to abolish.
Miguel, just to clarify, I think, well, first of all, that there are some people in the call that have no context at all.
Yeah.
Like maybe have never heard about Ayuso or Monasterio in their lives.
Okay.
Most people probably, yes, they have heard about them, but maybe not. And then I think it's not, most English-speaking people will understand coalition like a government coalition, which was not the case. It was actually only a PP, center-right PP, single-color government with an external support by the members of the parliament of Vox. So in the regional parliament, the PP needed the votes from Vox MEPs or members of parliament to pass any law or the budget or whatever. But the government was only PP. It was not like they were not governing coalition. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, thank you for this clarification. Yeah. So that was the situation in Madrid, okay? But we found that they didn't defend our values at all, okay? There was no difference between the PP party and Vox, and we found that they had the chance to abolish this trans law in the region, but they did nothing. So that was a great mistake, okay? According to our activity, our position. Okay, so we will talk later about this campaign, okay, the trans law campaign, because it was kind of a pre-election season campaign, because we tried to put pressure on them to try to abolish that law, and they did nothing. So that was a great fail, So that was the context. I was just explaining a little bit because I think it's important to explain the context. In other region, Vox is only in the government in Castilla and Leon, okay, in coalition with the PP as well. But the PP is the leader of the government, but Vox is in the government as well, but supporting the government, not as the leaders. Okay, so we noticed a change of course in Vox towards our values. Okay, in Madrid, for instance, finally Vox did what we asked for. Okay, they didn't sign Ayuso's budgets, and in Castilla and León, Vox presented an important pro-life measure. Okay, a protocol to listen the heartbeat of the babies before abortion. And this will be very important later when we will explain the results of the questionnaire, because Vox didn't answer, neither Vox or the PP party, they didn't answer the questionnaire. Okay, but we thought that they answered via the facts. I mean the actions, okay, that they did, because they, at the end of the day, they did what we asked for. So we didn't have any, any spoken answer, but finally we had the success in the petition. So we had this change of course. Okay, so that is the context more or less. Ayuso in the polls was the favorite, okay, to rule alone with absolute majority, and that was what we explained to our list, that maybe this was because the Vox reaction was too late. Okay, and most of the mandate there was no difference between Vox and the PP party, so people have learned, and this time was more likely to vote for the original party rather than the copy, okay, which is Vox. So another thing is that Ayuso has great advisors and much more empathy than Rocío Monasterio, the Vox leader. Okay, that's another important thing. And in other regions, there were different scenarios, but Vox have some changes to be important in the to make the PP party rule for mandate. Okay, so they will need the support of Vox in most of the regions. Is there any questions so far? No, I think not. Any question or comment? Okay. In previous elections like this, okay, we had in 2019, we focused in Madrid only. Okay, we tried to influence the elections only in Madrid and discarded other regions because we are not plenty of resources. We don't have a large group of people in the team, so we decided this. And in the last elections in Madrid were 2 years ago, but then there were only Madrid, so no other regions were called for elections. Okay, so we started planning. I will go maybe this part a little bit because it's too much. We started planning in February when we talked in the retreat, okay, with Mike, Kirk, Antonio, and Ignacio, and we were thinking on this context. Now, having this context, what's our best approach to this campaign? Because it's not clearly an easy campaign. It's very hard to influence in this context where Vox is not listening to us, is not wanting to answer directly. Okay, they answer indirectly, let's say, but the PP party is very far from our values. So there are another.
So Miguel, let me jump in.
Yeah.
A couple of things. We should not confuse the surface of politics, what politicians say or what the media says, with what is really happening. It comes down to actual actions in terms of policy. That's where we determine what is happening. And there is no question Vox moved because we beat on them, even if on the surface they are still acting hostile and acting arrogant. This is where real stuff happens, what we are doing here. If you want to change your country or your region, you have to understand the dynamics of what we do. first, so a couple of points, please. Forgive me for teaching, but it is part of what I do.
Sure.
The natural forces in politics are centrifugal. They pull to the center, always. The only antidote to that is organized pressure to the left or to the right. Okay? Overwhelmingly over the last 100 years, the left has been far more effective at organized pressure, pushing the natural centrifugal force to the left. What we do is we push and pull to the right. That's what we do. It isn't about what's in their brains or in their hearts. Who cares? I don't think they have hearts personally, and most of the time they don't have brains. So when we understand our role in this larger dynamic, we can put away some of the surface noise and understand the deeper dynamics that we do have the ability not to control, we're not big enough for that, but to influence. So that's not really for you, Miguel. I know that you know this, but this is for others on the list that are new to what we are doing. So that's part one. Part two, what we practice, what I teach, is unless you are politically feared, you will not be politically respected. And I'll repeat that. Unless you are politically feared, you will not, and I don't mean you as a human being, I mean you as Citizen Go and a representative of pro-life, pro-family, and the Christian worldview. Your views, your values will not be respected. The only way to be feared in politics is action in the election season, primarily at the people and parties who pretend or should be with us, but are in reality at the deeper action level not. It isn't about attacking the left. That the center right and the center can do that all day long. But it is attacking the pretend conservatives and the conservatives that go wrong. That is our role, to move the system to the right. Now, if the day ever comes where both Vox and PP behave good and want to ban abortion and stop gender ideology and promote the family, then we can attack the socialists and the communists instead. But until they will defend babies and families, that they are the target, because until your own side, pretend own side, is actually doing good, you have no hope of good happening. But you shouldn't ever think of PP Party as it can never change. It has changed many times since Franco left the scene. And the Vox Party can change left, they can change right, they can turn upside down. Parties and politicians are clay to be molded. They aren't blocks of concrete that do not change. So what they are today is subject to what we do and others do to what they will be tomorrow. So that's the deeper dynamic of what we are doing and what this campaign and the campaign we are launching now for the general election is all about. So I say that for the benefit of the larger group, so that you can understand the mindset that those of us that have been working on this campaign, especially Miguel, Antonio, and Ignacio, understand what we are talking about and trying to do, and what we hope all of you will participate in doing in the months and years ahead. I'll be quiet now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike, for teaching. I mean, that's these evaluation meetings is about learning. So, I mean, I really appreciate, because you remind us the framework we're trying to apply when we run campaigns in practice, you know, and so that's, and if I may, Miguel, may I also give a little bit more context for the people that are not Spaniards?
Yes. Sure.
Because I think that many people don't know what we know in the call. Mike knows, and many other people know. The people maybe that attend the meetings or on Wednesday, most of them probably know it, but there's some people that are not attending this meeting. The majority of the so I'll give you a little bit more context. So in Spain, we have two center-right parties. Okay, one is the Popular Party, which is like the moderate, sometimes center-right, sometimes center-left, party. They used to be a Christian party, many years ago, but then they are something different right now. So they started pretty much on the right when Franco died, as Mike was explaining, and the founders actually were ministers with Franco, but that's the beginning, Alianza Popular, and then they started to go to the center and to the center and to the center, and now they are starting to, they already reached the center, and starting to go to the left, but they're considered center right. So that's Popular Party. And then we have another party which is called Vox, which is a right, let's say, pro-life, pro-family, pro-economic freedom, Spanish unity. It's very similar to what we defend within Astoria. Really good party. Some people call them populists because sometimes they speak against illegal immigration. That's a topic that we don't cover essentially in Spain. The immigration is not a big problem in Spain, I would say. But they're pretty good parties. So we have these two parties. Vox was essentially nothing until about 5 years ago. 5 years ago, they won like 12 seats in the Andalusian regional parliament election. That's in the south of Spain, and they were needed, and they supported the Popular Party candidate to become the president of this region. And then they won, in our general elections, where in the US would be the presidential elections, but in Spain, we vote for the parliament, and then the members of Congress actually vote for the president of the government or the prime minister. So that's they've been growing essentially. So in most places, or in many places, the PP needs Vox members of parliament or members of the city hall or whatever to actually reach government. So they need the votes from Vox representatives, and so that's what's been happening. In the last 5 years, Vox has been growing, and so at a certain point, like a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, there were two regions in Spain. One is Madrid, and the other one is Castilla y León, another region, where the PP, the Popular Party, needed Vox representatives' votes in order to first to reach government and then to approve, let's say, the annual budget, for the region or any law. They needed the votes from Vox representatives. So Vox had a very powerful position to condition, to ask the PP to abolish some, ideological leftist laws that they have in the regions, for instance, or even some articles of these laws, in order to get the support from, Vox representatives in the regional parliament. So for a couple of years, Vox, we organized campaigns. Miguel and his team and myself and everyone, we were organizing campaigns asking Vox to, yes, you can support the annual budget, but before you have to ask the PP, the prime minister of the, let's say, or the governor, the prime minister of the region, to abolish this law, your LGBT law, regional law, or this article from this law, or something, something in favor of the family, in favor of freedom, in favor of life. But Vox, because they were scared, as Mike and George were discussing in the comments, they actually decided to avoid doing that. They voted in favor of the budget, and they didn't get anything in return with regards to ideas or to life, family, and freedom. So then we started to attack Vox, which was incredibly difficult for us, and we had lots of doubts. Miguel, myself, everyone, we were like, are we gonna really attack this party that on the paper, when they give speeches in the national parliament, they are almost perfect. They are like us, and we're gonna attack them because they didn't use their voting power in these two regions, to request of to get from the PP this commitment to abolish some bad laws or some implement some pro-life policies or something like that. And so we had doubts, but we launched campaigns where we were essentially denouncing, we were going against Vox, explaining to our people what Vox was doing. Vox got very angry at me. I mean, there is only one person that has blocked me in WhatsApp, and that's the leader, the president of Vox, Santiago Abascal. That was kind of a weird thing because they got really, really angry because they didn't understand how can these people that are so close to us attacking us. That was their interpretation. And that was a very good signal that we're being influential. But so for a couple of years or a year and a half, things stayed the same. Vox didn't answer our questionnaire, and they were not using their voting power in these two regions to get good policies or good laws. And then, let's say October, November last year, when in Madrid region, Vox and PP were negotiating the budget for 2023. That was the moment when Vox changed and changed significantly because they said in public, we are not going to vote for this budget until the PP abolishes the trans law or the LGBT law in Madrid. So they said so, and they fulfilled this threat or this commitment. And so that's what happened. And then so that's why in these regional elections, our campaign was essentially going against the PP and hence indirectly supporting Vox. Even if they didn't fill out our questionnaire, they had changed their they actually in the last months of 2022, they started doing what we were asking them to do, and so that's a real change. Of course, we don't have any inside information that confirms that Vox changed this strategy because of our campaign, but we know that that's true. That we really made an impact on Vox, and that's why right now we are, our strategy. It used to be for a couple of years, launching campaigns in the election season, regional election season, campaigns, against Vox, which was really, really difficult because most of our people vote for Vox. Right now, maybe it's 90% or more than 90% of our people vote for Vox. But even though we knew that, we launched these campaigns because we want to make an impact in politics. And Vox had to understand, if you don't listen to us, if you don't do what you're supposed to do, you're going to suffer. When? During the election season, because that's the key moment, as Mike just explained. So we were doing that. Now we are changed our strategy in election season, and we want to go against the PP and leave, let's say, Vox alone. Hence, we are indirectly helping Vox in the election cycles, like this one Mike was talking about. Miguel is Mike. Mike in Spanish is Miguel's. I got it wrong. Yeah. So that's all the context I think you need to know and understand before talking about this specific campaign that we launched a month ago or a couple of months ago in different regions, specifically Madrid region, for the election season. So I think Kirk wanted to say something.
Thank you, Ignacio. I just want to add the leaders I shared here in the screen. These are the leaders of the most important parties in Spain right now. Okay, the Yolanda Díaz is from the Communists, Pedro Sánchez is the PSOE, which is the Socialists, and the PP party is Feijóo, okay, which is in the center or center right, they say, and Abascal from Vox, okay, the leader. Yeah, Kip, go ahead.
Yeah, one other point of context that I think is very important. Nationally, the socialists control the government, and there's frankly not a lot of room at the national level because all you can do is beat up on the socialists, and Vox doesn't have a lot of say at the national level in the national parliament. But about 5 years ago, I don't think you guys quite believed that you had as much power and sway in the regional governments as you really do. And that's something where by concentrating there, you started moving Vox back over to the right. and started holding them accountable at regional elections. And that really, you're helping to set yourself up and change the political environment for the next round of national elections. And that is really important because you picked fights at the regional level. You started to begin to change how Vox views you and what they need to do. So that was, that was really the brilliant strategy. So don't ignore local stuff. We're starting to see that over in Holland and other places. And I hopefully more the campaigners are going to be able to see that possibility too.
Yeah, Gregory is asking, are there provincial or regional parties? No, there are national parties that they run in every regional election and even in a local election too. Like there's a city hall election, which is not that politically interesting for us, I would say. But they run every like local, regional, national, European elections. These are like national parties. These four that you see on the screen, those are the two biggest parties right now in Spain.
So let me clear up something from Gregory's comments and others, because this is where your brain will hurt. The systems in other countries are radically different than what you are used to. In America and Canada, yes, there's national parties and they run local candidates, but the elections are always local. So you have a limited ability to blame a national party for a bad action in a local area. It's not impossible, but it's weak. In Spain, the national parties control everything that happens within their party, 100%. Yep. There is no primary election. There is no voting for individual candidates. You only vote for a party. The advantage now for us, and this is things Kirk and I learned because our experience is American, which is much more like Canada and frankly more like the UK, very big differences, but still more like, is that we could use a local problem and blame the national party. And that is a threat to the national party when there's general elections. So it actually enhances some of our influence at the national level, even though it is very hard sometimes at the provincial or local level to do things. So this is why you must, as a campaigner, all of you that are, understand in detail the dynamics and rules of your own country, because they are not always the same and sometimes quite different. Even in places that seem similar, there are countries that the parties have lists, but you can vote for individual candidates within the list. I believe that's what it is in Croatia, for example. I forget, Kirk will remember. So that's not as closed as Spain, which is an extremely closed system. Plus, just to make it more complex, so you all can not focus on one area or one country that is not the same as yours and get confused. What was I going to say? Sorry.
Thank you, Scott.
But then
something that
the other
makes
huge, hang on, I remember. The huge difference from America and to a lesser degree Canada and the UK, parties come and parties go. And that is not an American experience, nor mostly a Canadian experience. Vox was literally no party 5 years ago.
Yep.
Ciudadanos, if I pronounced that right, were a big center party that has become zero. They've collapsed.
Yep.
All of their voters are gone. This in Spain, I'm talking about. This does not happen in some countries, but if you look at what Michiel and Bas were showing us about the Netherlands, where there's 15 or 20 parties that will actually get votes, and they come and they go and they change and they grow. It's crazy. So look at the dynamics and don't worry too much about the differences, please.
Thank you, Mike. Scott, you want to say something?
Just two questions. Yeah, maybe I missed it. Sorry. You said Vox broke through in the local elections 5 years ago. I was just wondering how common is that? And the second question is, do you have a PR system in Spain, or is it first past the post, or how does it work?
Well, about the first question, I can answer. It has happened since we have democracy in 1978. It has been only like 3 times. So it's very rare. I mean, for decades, I thought that it was impossible, to break these, we had like the 2 big parties, which were Socialist Party, PSOE, you see there in the second on the left, and then we had PP Party on the center right. Essentially, well, in the transition, we had another center party that disappeared, like Ciudadanos was in the center. We had UCD, which was in the center, and it was very big in the transition to democracy, and then disappeared. But then we had like 2 big parties, and then we had some regional parties in some regions. That was all. Until Podemos party, which now it's part of Sumar on the far left there on the screen. They broke. Then I think it was first Ciudadanos, then Podemos, and then Vox. That happened like in 5 years, like 10 years ago. Ciudadanos got the first representatives, and then Vox 5 years ago. Now Ciudadanos is gone, so now we have these 4. But that's pretty rare. So that's and the second question I didn't understand. I'm sorry.
I
don't know, Miguel.
Representation. So do you vote by preference, or is it in your voting districts? Is it one candidate?
Okay.
Only, or do you have
got it.
multiple seats in constituency?
It's proportional representation, and the big difference between Spain, which makes actually Spain much worse than other countries, is that the electoral district is huge. Like for instance, in Madrid, I think we vote to a list of 40, something like that, or more, 45. I don't even know. So you can understand that we know the first one in the list. Maybe we know the first one, but we don't know the second, the third, or the 10th. So that makes each representative, like kind of a robot owned by the party, whatever the party will, because they will repeat only if the party includes them in the list high enough for the next election cycle. Whatever they do, so their only incentive is to obey what the party tells them to do all the time. Then it's more likely that the party will include them in the list, for the next election cycle. But yeah, so that's pretty bad, Mm-hmm.
So let me quickly add, and I think we need to move on because I'm going to repeat myself. They don't vote for candidates in Spain. They vote for parties, and the parties control the list. The higher you up on the list, the better chance you are of being elected. The lower you are, or if you're left off, the lower the chance. It gives the parties a lot more power than in the UK or in the US, especially in the US, or in Canada. So you have to throw out some of your own thinking, but more importantly, you don't need to learn to be an expert on Spanish politics. You need to learn to be an expert on your country's politics. And don't worry about party discipline. That is partly a lie. Party discipline, there is true power, but there is the ability for us to put pressure and do things. So a lot of what I'm reacting to is reasons why people find to not try and not do. And what Ignacio has found, and Antonio has found, and Miguel is finding, and Kirk and I have always known, is we can do things. So put it in your brain, you can do things, and learn how to do them in your country. That is why you are here. Okay, I'll stop.
Okay, thank you. I want to say, going back to the planning, that it was very important, the decision we took in the Executive Council, okay, which was to focus in Madrid for offline and online actions, okay, and then in 3 other strategic regions to do only online, okay, because we cannot do offline actions in all Spain because it's too far away. We have many things to do and few people. So we decided what 3 regions we decided to go online. They were Valencia, Murcia, and Castilla-La Mancha. Okay, we did a research, okay, to find the regions where we had more chance to influence. Okay, and we found these three. Okay? There were others that we may I mean, for if they were going to elections alone, we could influence as well, but we had to focus on one and three only online, okay? Because we only sent emails to that region. So here you have, for instance, in Murcia, we were looking at the polls, we were looking at the context on that region. The same with Comunidad Valenciana, we were looking at the polls and the probabilities to win. Okay. Later we will.
Can you, Miguel, explain what is to win? Because you say in these regions we had a higher chance of winning. What do you mean with winning?
Thank you. Yeah, for the question. To win is to success in our purpose on the campaign goal, which is to have a majority of center-right representatives, okay, in the court. I mean, in the parliament, in the regional parliament. Okay, so for instance, PP and Vox, they have to sum more than 50% of the seats. Okay, that's our purpose, to win, so that there is a center-right parties in the parliament and Vox is there. So Vox is important to make the PP rule for mandate. Okay.
So Miguel, would you say that Popular Party having more than 50% of the seats and Vox having 20% of the seats, that would be a win for us or not?
In this case, not, because we don't want the PP to have absolute majority. So if PP,
so that's the other. So winning is two things.
Yeah.
One thing of winning is that the Vox and PP sum more than 50% of the seats. So there's a center-right majority, but there's another requirement, which is that PP doesn't reach 50%, so they need Vox. So there is the government is conditioned by Vox. That was winning in this case in each region we participated in. Okay, got it.
For instance, here in Murcia we have this graphic, this chart, and it shows what we are talking. So that the PP doesn't have more than 50%, so it's not doesn't surpass this line, and Vox can make a coalition or support the PP in a government. Okay, that's
So real quickly, Miguel, I'm sorry to keep interrupting, but something else for our larger group at Citizen Go to understand. Citizen Go, this is not Citizen Go, this is Haq de Weer, be heard. Ignacio started Haq de Weer in what year, Ignacio? I don't remember.
2001, and we're all volunteers for a few years. Yeah.
Yes. Ignacio has spent 20 years building an organization and a reputation and learning how to do things, which Miguel is now the man who is running it day to day. Before him, it was Antonio who is running it day to day. So you and your country should not expect that tomorrow or next month or even next year, you will be as effective as Haq de Weer is in Spain after 20 years. So be patient and start with the building blocks that we are giving you, and then you will be more effective quicker than it had to be for Haq de Weer, who had to learn many things the hard way. So don't, please understand, they have much more status in Spain than Citizen Go has in most countries, if not all countries. But we are working on that, you and I and us together.
Okay. Thank you. So that's the plan and the decision we took, and yeah, we finally decided to have these two slogans, okay, for our campaign. The main message to transmit was this one, in Madrid at least, okay. Ayuso voted no to abolish the trans law. She doesn't deserve your vote, okay. This was because of the context of that I was mentioning, okay, that she didn't do anything to abolish this law. And the other one was abortion is murder. This is a statement that Ayuso said in the radio. Okay, so few days before the election campaign started. Abortion is murder, but there must be freedom to abort. So this is kind of a contradiction. It shows that she is not pro-life, as we say, and we wanted to, to explain everyone, especially our people, that this is happening. Okay, because Ayuso has been fighting. And the last comment from Juan Maria is in this sense, okay, that Ayuso has been very good in fighting the radical left, but not with our values, only with economic things and other, freedom, let's say freedom issues, but not in pro-life and pro-family. In this, in these two issues, she's very far from us.
Yeah, just to make sure that maybe somebody missed it, Ayuso is the leader of the Popular Party, the center-right party, center-left party. The leader of Madrid region, that's Ayuso. This is the national leader, Alberto Núñez Feijóo.
Yeah. Ayuso, yes. Ayuso is this one, is this girl. Okay, and she is the leader in Madrid. Okay.
Yeah, and the candidate, and so she's the, let's say, the governor of Madrid, and she's also the leader of Popular Party in Madrid. And probably, I think this is also interesting for the people in the call to understand. She is deemed by the center-right voters in Spain as the most right candidate, or the politician within the leader of the Popular Party that is most on the right, compared to, let's say, Alberto Núñez Feijóo, the national president, who voters think, he's pretty much, a leftist or a center guy. He's not really a conservative. He's not on the right. But Ayuso, because she's been fighting the left during all these years, actually, like for 4 or 5 years, she has a very, very good communication and electoral advisor called, what's the name of the guy? Miguel Ángel Rodríguez. Yeah, Miguel Ángel Rodríguez. So he's a really intelligent guy, and he has convinced and taught Isabel Díaz Ayuso how to look like a really conservative politician that is fighting for values, even if she's not. So she has been able to lie and to convince the majority of center-right voters in Madrid that she's pretty much on the right and she's like Vox, let's say, but she's not. So that with this campaign, we were trying to show these voters that in reality she's in favor of abortion and she's in favor of the LGBT law. So those slogans. So this is the context to understand why we chose those slogans that Miguel just showed you.
And so an underlying point for everyone to understand is, don't worry about what you think a politician or a party really is or truly is. It does not matter. The question is, what can you do to control or influence their environment? They will move with their environment. They will move left if the environment moves left. They will move right if the environment moves right. Our job is to move the environment to the right. So it doesn't matter who they are, what they were 20 years ago, what they believe. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Move their environment. They will move.
Okay, so going next step is to talk about the questionnaire. Okay, and we sent the questionnaire as usual, even though we knew that probably no candidate was going to answer. Okay, because in the previous the situation that Ignacio mentioned, that we had a not good relationship with Vox leaders, and we were attacking the PP party many times in the past. So we knew that probably no one was going to answer, but we wanted to apply our model and try to convince. And I remember that Ignacio shared some messages with Rocio, with the leader of the Vox party. So we were thinking that maybe this time was going to answer, but it didn't matter at all. We wanted, even though she was not going to answer, we wanted to apply the model and send the question, okay, as usual. So these are the 5 points we were talking. We had an easy yes for both, okay, the taxes issue. And here you have more details about more details about the questions. Okay, the one is promote the right to life, repeal the trans law and the LGBT law of the Community of Madrid, stop indoctrination in schools, defend the Valley of the Fallen and the Christian symbols. Okay, the Valley of the Fallen is a very important, place for all Christians because it has the biggest Christian cross in the world. Okay, it's very big, and there is also how to say,
Cemetery.
the cathedral, or it's a
Yeah,
Basilica.
basilica.
Sorry, it's a
And also
basilica.
cemetery, where there are burned people from both sides. It's I think it's the only place in the world, and it's the place in the world with more martyrs per meter, I think.
And
Yeah.
for many people, it's a reconciliation place because of the civil war that we had some decades ago. So we have this symbol, and the left is trying to attack this, okay, because of the importance for all the Christians and all the
And because
unity of the state.
Franco used to be buried there.
Yeah.
So
And then the last question is lower taxes. I already mentioned, which is an easy yes for both. And we sent not only to the Madrid candidates, but as I explained before, in the 3 other regions. Okay? So the candidates of the PP and Vox in Valencia, Murcia, and Castilla-La Mancha. Okay. So here we have some of the emails. Okay, I have all the series that we sent. We have in this view. Okay, this Asana project, we have all the emails that we are sending, and we sorted here. So we have, so you can see here more. Well, I think you cannot see, but here there are all the series, and the subject. I mean the task title is the subject of that email. Okay, we only added HO, which means hazte oír, okay, in the prefix in the beginning, but it's here. There are all the emails that we are sending, so and sorted by date and so on. So these are the planning, okay, the emails. Ask Ayuso Monasterio to answer these 5 questions. Then the retargeting was this one. Will Ayuso Monasterio commit to defend life, family, and freedom? Okay, so that was a long series, but an important thing is that we did the same series in all these 3 regions. Okay, Valencia, Murcia. So we were sending a lot of emails every day, segmenting by region. And then we started also to the rest of Spain, because the rest of Spain was not target from our emails. And we also sent some general emails talking about the PP and Vox, but not talking about the candidate itself, but in general. Okay. Yeah, Kirk, go ahead.
Yeah, just to bring up a point, frankly, we want candidates to return surveys. So please don't gloss over that it, that is how we lock in votes. The idea is to help use the tool to create a political climate change. And what he's kind of pointing out is there's 2 ways to make that happen. You can aim high, which is to try to get the party bosses to do it. But if the party bosses are ignoring you, then there's another way of doing it, which is to go low and try to get people on the ballots down below, depending on your system, to put pressure on the upper parts of the party. So don't think that you're powerless just because the party boss won't return a survey. You've got other levers to put pressure on these guys. And your job is to keep probing around and finding the points of pressure that you can create. And that's, what you guys in Spain did very well, is you never gave up. You always look for the next point of pressure. And and hopefully that will inspire the other countries to keep looking for their own place where they can put the most pressure on the politicians.
Yeah, thank you, Keith. To clarify, as they didn't answer, as I said, then we had to move forward. To move to the next step, and we sent a survey to our list to try to involve them. Okay, so we said, okay, PP and Vox do not respond to our questionnaire. What do we do now? Okay, and this is the email. And we had several questions. I want to show you because I think it's an important survey. Let me see if it's okay. Here it is. So this is the email in English. I think I also have it here. So this is the email that we sent to answer the survey, and here it's the survey itself. So it was a form. I will translate. So that was the question. What role should Hazte Oír, Citizen Go group, take in these elections? Okay, do we equally denounce the silence of PP and Vox against our values, as in Castilla and León or Andalusia, okay, the previous regions where we were doing this, and we were also attacking both the PP and Vox? Or shall we focus the campaign on Ayuso for refusing to repeal the trans law in Madrid and for his ambiguity regarding abortion, and this time omitting Vox because we consider that they have responded through the facts and changed their course? Okay? It's a long question, but it's defining, I think, quite well the situation that we have to say. Okay, and the most of the people selected this. Okay? It was I think the most reasonable, but we wanted to ask anyway, okay? Because they are involved and they can explain. But this time we were omitting Vox not completely, because we were talking about them, that this change of course was very late and that's had some consequences. Okay? But that was I think was 60% of the people answered this one and 40% answered the first one. Okay. So going back, then we sent the result of the survey to our list, so the people knew what was going to happen, what was our next actions, okay, to try to influence. And we sent this nurturing email, so a few days ago, in May 17th, talking that the new HO and vote values, this Vota Valores, it's the website, okay, that we launched to try to put our voting guide. Okay, we had one voting guide for all of the regions where we were doing online, and then we had the generic one. Okay, so one more generic without candidates, only with the name of the parties. Okay, and this one was sent to the rest of Spain. To to the regions that were not in these other places. Okay. So, for instance, in Madrid, all of them had the same colors, the same results, but different design. For instance, here we have the flag for Valencia, Comunidad Valenciana, and the faces for the candidates there. So here, Castilla-La Mancha, Murcia, so they were very, very similar. Okay, and then we had, this is the summary of the voting guide, but then we had the detailed voting guide. So if you click here or in the picture, you go to the detailed one. Okay. For instance, here, which is the most important one, I think it's the Madrid one. You will see the document that has the detailed voting guide, which is very long, okay, with declarations, with statements from all parties, the actions they had, and then we had these three symbols, okay, the red cross when they did wrong, according to our values, this check mark when they did well, and this alert when they did more or less. Okay? And yes, all is sorted by the topics. Okay, protection of the family, protection to right to life, indoctrination. So, yeah, Antonio.
Yes, I want to remark that this part is paramount because yeah, you can't say anything bad of a candidate if you don't demonstrate that this is true. So it's good to have a record of every single statement, every single tweet, every single video, or even a votation in the parliament, or in the assembly or whatever, because it's the way you have to support your colors, your score in this kind of techniques, in this kind of document, the guide for voters. So that's pretty important, but it's quite time consuming. So I highly recommend you to do this job during all throughout the year, so that when the election season comes, you have everything ready to go, and you are going to save a lot of time. That's my recommendation, at least.
Thank you. So we launched the voting guide, and we launched the bus. Okay, we had launched this bus, which were in the streets in Madrid, especially, but also in other cities in the region. And I will show you the picture of this bus. Let me show you. So, for instance, here. So you can see here the slogan, the sentence that we put in the bus, the face of Ayuso, okay, the leader of the PP, the candidate of the PP in Madrid. And Ayuso voted yes to the trans law, so she doesn't deserve your vote. Okay, the trans law indoctrinates, hormones, and mutilates child. And then here the QR code and votavalores.org, okay, which is the website. And in the other side, I'll show you. Well, this is the flyers that we were giving out.
Miguel, can you please translate what the main message, please, for those that don't read Spanish?
Yes, here it says abortion is murder, okay, but there must be freedom to abort, okay. This is
But the other one,
and the other one is I think I said, but
she voted yes on the trans law.
I usually
Doesn't, I think it's,
yeah.
and therefore she doesn't deserve your vote.
Yeah.
I think that's what that means, right?
And then here in a smaller size, the trans law. So we explain why this is very bad. The trans law indoctrinates hormones and mutilates child. Okay, so we wanted to add this because it's not
Children.
children. Sorry.
Plural. Yeah.
Because it's not just a simple one more law. It's a very important law that is having a lot of damage to the children. Okay. So that was and then we were, as I said, we were giving out flyers with information. We were talking to people in the street, and we were publishing everything of this in both in the social networks, but also in our emails. Okay, we sent some nurturing explaining what we were doing during the campaign. Okay. So this is regarding the survey and the beginning of the voting guide, the bus, and then we were sending a fundraising. Okay, a fundraising campaign to try to involve our people and to let our people to donate and be more involved in the campaign. Okay, this is these are the emails. I think there is one more here. It was a classical series, and I will show you the results right now. Because I closed the document, but it's here right here. It's a fundraising one. So HO, which is a theory, and then here we have these Madrid elections. I will make it bigger. And you can see here that finally we sent more than the classical series. We sent 6 emails, and we got 3,500 euros. Okay, it's not too much, but we wanted to give the opportunity to donate. Okay, and we knew that in election season campaigns, it's not that easy that they donate. So they donate more normally in other kind of campaigns, but that doesn't matter. We want to give the opportunity to be involved and donate. Okay, so that's the results. Sorry, this is the result for the classical series, and then the total was 5,100 euros. Okay, which is less than the average, which is 10,000, but it's more than some others that we tested. Okay, we did in the past.
So a couple of points, please. First of all, as I mentioned on Tuesday, hard political campaigns will almost always be poor fundraisers and usually, not always, poor for mobilization, for acquisition. However, when you are in part of a hard political campaign, every message must be about that campaign. So there is no downside, there's no harm in raising money for the campaign you are already running, which reinforces to your members how important it is. So don't worry about it. What you basically have achieved is you got 5,000 euros, where if you hadn't done it, you would have had 0, because the message still was being pushed about what we were doing in the election. So don't be confused or be scared, because some campaigns have a purpose that is not great for fundraising, but is very critical for politics.
Yeah, in the Red Fox 4 brief that the campaigners fill out for every campaign you launch, you have to select in one field what's the main purpose of the campaign. So yeah, up there you have to go up. Yeah, right there. So its main purpose, that you have three possibilities: political impact, acquisition, or fundraising. I would say that all election season campaigns, the main purpose is political impact. Of course, there can be some other secondary purposes in any campaign, but it's important that we define like the main one that should. If it's political impact like election season campaigns, and we raise very little and we get few new members, that's okay because we were looking for something different as a main purpose. Yeah, I think that's very relevant. Take into account.
Good point. Thank you. And then here we also scored only 2 because we knew that usually election season campaigns don't work very well to attract people or money, but they are very good and necessary for political impact. So that's why we.
And then you even lowered the score as evaluation because it's done better in other elections, and it will do better, I'm pretty sure, in the general election, because this was just a regional election. Yes, it had national implications, but it is not the same. So in the general election, your 2 probably will be correct. Might even be 3. I don't know.
Yeah.
But the other thing I wanted to point out, just to make sure the campaigners understand, we don't run political impact campaigns to build our list and to raise money. We build our list and raise money to run political impact campaigns. That's what we do.
Yeah, that's very important. Thank you, Mike, to remark. Okay. So then we had this fundraiser, and the final week, I think, or the last 10 days, we were trying to involve the list and were trying to ask them to share the voting guide. Well, first to learn, to read, okay, and research more about this voting guide, and then to share to their family, to friends, and some other emails like watch and share, some watch and share like this one, what I usually we will see today, pro-life or pro-abortion, and this one, which is a summary of the actions that we did. Okay, this was the day before of the elections. Okay, it was we in Spain we have this they call Día de Reflexión, okay, which is some kind of a day for thinking, to think about the elections and to decide. Yeah, Scott, go ahead. You have a question?
Sorry, I think Teresa was before me.
Teresa is first, yeah. Teresa.
Yes, thank you, Miguel. Maybe Mike has answered this question. I know that the election time season are essential for us, but in Spain we have general or regional elections or local elections with very little time difference between them in 2 weeks or in 2 months. In this time, we are focused on election time, no? It is okay. And generally, we don't launch any other campaign for example, the first for acquisition, no? My question is about this fact, these circumstances can affect our followers, our list. Is the question.
Well, we have seen, it's a good question, Teresa, thank you. But we have seen in 4 years on Hog to Air since the last elections, and over decades in the United States and other countries that Kirk and I have worked, that overwhelmingly our list supports our political actions. And those that don't, frankly, they're of no real use to us. There is no alternative but to take the actions in the election season. Zero. Without that, our list is a fraud. It's a stealing from people, pretending that we are going to make a change when we are not. And I know you don't think that, so don't think I'm saying that you mean that. I know that you do not. I know you. So yes, there will be some people that will not like this. They will not like that. Some will quit, but the numbers are tiny. And even if they're not tiny, there is no alternative. There is nothing else to do but what must be done. But overwhelmingly, our people are encouraged when we fight, not discouraged. Sometimes they are discouraged when the election goes not the way they hope. And then our job is to encourage them and not leave them to cry and to worry alone, but to show them that as long as God is in heaven, there is always hope and we have work to do. So that's our job, is to encourage and direct our supporters, our members, our community into doing the things that we know are necessary to have a chance at change. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you very much, Mike.
Yeah, and I would add one more thing, just in case, which is that I think also Teresa was a bit concerned that we are not doing, let's say, acquisition for 2 or 3 months in a row because we have some election season campaigns, taking over everything. And she was a little bit concerned that this would affect our future because if we don't do acquisition, then our list shrinks. So that I don't know if you want to answer that too, Mike.
I can, or you could, but I think Teresa also partly knows. Again, I go back to what I said. We build our lists and raise money in order to run political impact campaigns.
Mhm.
Yes, there are seasons when we will not be building our lists and raising much money. We will be spending money. That's what we're here to do. But that does mean when you aren't in that season, that it is critical to stay focused on building the list and raising money, because you will need it for political impact. And election season is one of only 2 political impact seasons. The other is the legislative season, which in the 4 years that we have been working in Spain with Hak de Weer, at the national level, we've had 0 chance because of the way the Spanish parliament is set up. As long as the socialists held their coalition, nobody else's vote mattered. So there's just 0 that really could be done except making noise. If some coalition of the right takes over, or if PP forms a coalition with the left, as Angela Merkel did over in Germany, then we will have opportunities to do legislative programs. If it's a right government, we will have real opportunities to make policy, and it will get very ugly because they don't want to make policy. They just want our votes and then tell us to shut up. So there will be a whole nother season and new learning and new concerns and worries and trial and error and learning. So the key is when you are not in that hard season, that's when you must be very disciplined to try to grow and raise money. That's what we do. So it's okay for a season, but you are 100% correct. If that season lasts forever, we necessarily shrink and die. But the season does not last forever.
Thank you.
Okay, it is clear. Thank you, Mike.
Scott, you want to say something?
Yeah, just briefly. Maybe I missed it. Sorry. I'm kind of new to this aspect of Citizen Go, but is there a reason why the messaging doesn't seem to be directive?
What do you mean with that directive, Scott?
So it doesn't tell people who to vote for. It seems to give information about what they said and the implications of what they have said.
You are
Yeah.
correct. Kirk, did you want to respond to that, or you want me to go ahead?
That is an excellent point. I'm really glad you brought that up. There's a couple of reasons for it. Number one is once you start telling people how to vote, you become a political party. You become part of the apparatus, and you lose a lot of credibility with your members. So that's rule number one. Number two, there's the problem with election laws, and they vary from country to country, and you need to become expert in that. But, you know, by not engaging in telling people how they need to vote if they care about Jesus, you are not actually doing politics. You're doing issue discussion. And issue discussion is usually protected free speech in most countries, though the politicians will argue with us about where that line is. But for the most part, that is the safest area legally to be when we're engaged in actual issue discussion. And my personal bias is I think it has the most impact. When you treat people, your members, as adults who can make up their own mind, and you know, you're just telling them where the candidates are on the issues. Frankly, I think you're treating them like adults, and they can make up their own mind whether they want to vote for a particular party or just not vote, you know, because they're not going to give support for bad candidates. So any of those ways, but I think the best position always is just stick to the issues that we care about and let and we're changing the political environment. And that's what creates the change that we want to see.
Can I just make one comment? I get you. I guess if it's a PR system, and it's within the law, suggesting how people might manage their preferences might be a way of also treating them like adults, but giving them, you know, various scenarios. So, for example, if they want to omit a preference, for example, for two left-leaning parties, if they normally give all preferences 1, 2, 3, 4, and they decide, you know, in this case, you know, to omit, you know, the last two, that might have some impact on, you know, how the parties fare. Anyway, it's just
you're getting a little too down in the weeds, but I will say that in Croatia, having to explain to your members that, hey, you know, you have the power to vote for a particular candidate, not just the party, and this guy is 100%, you know, at least says that he's supporting those values. That might be an important distinction, but that is kind of a rarity. So don't, for the purposes of this discussion, try to stick to the bigger picture, though I understand your point that technically it may be important in certain races.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've lived in a place for a long time where they have the PR system, and where certainly, you know, vote management is pretty common and pretty, you know, essential for, you know, the success of parties, especially in keeping out people that they don't want to get in.
Yes, we know, Scott, we know, and we've worked in by now a couple of dozen countries. What you don't know is what you don't know. All of them have holes in the system that we can exploit. And Kirk and I can figure it out if you give us enough time to study the system and the history. But we're not going to do that on this call. We cannot. Please understand, there are holes in every system that we can use to influence the environment. You need to learn what they are for your country where you're operating. And then Kirk and I and Antonio and a couple of others that are pretty experienced can help you expand on that. But we don't need to worry about each individual country. We know there are differences. Of course, the parties try to keep everything under control. Of course, they try to shut us up. Of course, they will attack us in the press. That happens everywhere. The only question is, what are their powers and what are their limitations, and what are our powers and what are our limitations? That's what we're trying to teach you and show you through the evaluation, which is a form of teaching by other means. So I think we should move on from being down, as Kirk said, in the weeds, in very small details, and keep focusing on the larger dynamics. And I think Gregory's been very patient.
Yeah, Gregory?
Yeah, I just wanted, because I noticed something similar with other organizations I've worked up with, especially within like different election seasons. I know people get really mad being told who they can and can't vote for. So I think the job of just simply staying away from telling people don't vote for so and so because they're terrible. It's more useful just saying, hey, here's the information. This is what people have done. You can decide what you want to do with that information, because I think that's works on the same area of like, I think our right now, like Disney, for example, a lot of people have for a long time see Disney as like a bastion of like families and stuff and like pushing family entertainment. But then once the information starts coming out, it starts trickling out. It was over a long time of people just keep showing the facts and information. Hey, they don't actually care about family values anymore. Here's the evidence. Here's the proof. You can do whatever you want based on this information. We're not exactly like telling you to necessarily like, if you still want to take a Disney Plus subscription, we think that's a bad idea. But if you want to do that, we're not telling you either way, but here's the information of what they're doing. And I think that might be, correct me if I'm wrong, I could be completely wrong on this, but I think that's the same thing with like, we have to treat with the politicians. It's like, look, and the parties, they're acting in this way. Here's the information of how they're acting, but then don't tell people what they should necessarily, like, I guess, nudge them in a certain way of how we want them to act and suggest, but don't actually outright say, hey, you must vote this way, or otherwise you're supporting like the demise of society or something.
Yeah. So the summary would be show, don't tell. And in this specific case, because we're analyzing this campaign we ran in the Madrid region, there was a discussion actually within the team. And some people were of the opinion that we should just go and say, this woman, Isabel Díaz Ayuso, she's pro-abortion and she's anti-family, so don't vote for her. So that would have been like one option. But the problem is that our people, because of this genius Miguel Ángel Rodríguez, communication advisor of Ayuso, our people actually think that Ayuso is pro-life and pro-family. So if we had just gone like head on, against Ayuso and more direct approach, don't vote for her, or people would have said, why would I do that if she's pro-life and pro-family? So we needed to show, showing her statements, what she said about these two issues. She's not a pro-life, she's pro-abortion. She's not pro-family, she's anti-family. And we were showing. I think if we had done otherwise, probably our people would have gotten much anger at us, but that's something I don't care that much. They would actually have not participated in this campaign. They would have, their input in our people in the election day, would have been smaller, because why would they listen to these crazy people that are telling lies? If we had said something like that.
Yeah, I think
This is a very good discussion. So thank you all for asking hard questions.
yeah, this is one very confrontational sentence, because we are saying she doesn't deserve your vote, and it's kind of telling more or less people what should they do, but it's not. This was the purpose of this bus. It was following Ayuso to all the rallies that she had, and the purpose was to try to have an impact, to hurt her. It's kind of a strategic thing, but we don't usually tell anyone what should they vote. We just say the actions they did, and we tell what they usually do, but only that. Okay, there is any other question here. Oh,
And Miguel, you're going to show her reaction to the bus and our campaign, correct?
yes, and I will
Okay.
pass the floor to
When you're ready.
yeah. Juan,
It's okay.
go ahead. I think he will explain better because he was dealing with all of these for media campaigns. Yeah.
Okay, so I will explain a little bit more what Miguel already told. We made some different actions during these 2 weeks before the election day. The most important was the bus. We follow Isabel Díaz Ayuso during these 2 weeks to all the rallies she had. We went to different cities, small villages around Madrid, also to show her that we are there and we have a message. We knew that this message, for example, in a rally, we couldn't change the vote from the people who was in the rallies because they are all PP voters. But we have to show that we were there. You can see there is, I think it's Arganda del Rey. It's a small village near Madrid. There was all the people and the place where Isabel Díaz Ayuso were, and on the side our bus. So all the people could see it, and I think it was impactful. And what we achieved with that is, for example, in one place, the first day we were there, Isabel Díaz Ayuso said, thanks to Hazte Oír, who harassed me in all campaigns. Without them, it would not be the same. So it was the first day, and yeah, we could say we achieved this political impact we follow. At the same time, for example, the first day in Madrid, we have an awards. The Madrid give some awards to important people here in Madrid, and we knew it, and we went there with the bus to show presentación del bus. Miguel, if you can show it. We went to the council because it was there, and we were there giving the brochures, and we know that she saw the bus and she went out from another place, not to find us outside. But then there, different PP political members saw the bus because it was making circles during 1.5 hours. And also a Vox candidate from the Madrid county received the brochure. And another, when we made these brochures, we tried to go to the different places where we know that there are PP voters. For example, in Barrio de Salamanca, it's a place where a lot of people vote PP or Vox. So we have to show the PP that we are everywhere where it's important for them. And also we went to the PP headquarters, and you can see it there. There is the PP headquarters, and the bus is going there, but also Maria, Javier, and Inma were giving there the brochures. Also, the security member from PP party came out and say that we can do that. And although this pressure, Maria stayed there. They insult her, but okay, we are on the street. It's no problem. and that shows that we are everywhere. Although we are only in a small part from Madrid, but for the PP party, it shows another thing. And also another offline action, it was in a breakfast meeting, could you say that, where Isabel Díaz Ayuso was giving a meeting for the PP members and for the press. And we knew where those would be, in a hotel. So we went with a banner. We stand outside. We gave also brochures. And one member of the team went inside to this breakfast. So trying to make a question, because the journalists could make some question at the end of the breakfast. In that moment, it wasn't possible because there were only 3 or 4 questions, and for the most important media. So when she left by the elevator, we gave her a brochure from our campaign.
Ayuso, you're telling Ayuso, the candidate.
I'm telling Ayuso. Telling her, this is what the people in Madrid are receiving these days. What do you think about that? And she didn't answer, but she went to the elevator, and she went out from the hotel by another door for the principal door. So she couldn't see us, but she knew that we were there. So we try to make this impact, and also in outside Madrid, because we couldn't go there. We made how do you say that? Publicity in some newspapers. We choose a regional newspaper from Murcia, from Valencia, and from Castilla-La Mancha, and put the guía de voto, la guía de voter guide, so they could also receive by newspaper this different media proposal. So I don't know if we achieved what we tried, but
you are missing one thing. I don't know, Juanma or Miguel, you're going to talk about it.
Yeah,
Which is
media.
Friday before the election day, which was Sunday.
This is a mix from political impact and also crack cocaine. Why? Because we knew that Isabel Díaz Ayuso went to a radio station with a journalist that during the last 2 months, it's particularly attacking Azti Oír and involving Azti Oír with El Yunque and everything like that. And we went with the bus outside the radio station with the banner to follow Isabel Díaz Ayuso and to show that we are there. We wanted that it couldn't. We couldn't do it because it didn't arrive at time. We wanted to give Yunque. I don't know how's the word in English.
Unveil.
Okay. Yeah, to the journalists, like a joke, but it didn't come at time, and we couldn't do it. But okay, we stay there, and also she spoke about us in this interview.
So just to give a little more context, so we're talking in Spain before the day of the election. So the day of the election was Sunday, and on Saturday the political parties can do no campaign. So this was the last day of the campaign. That was Friday. So it's the most important interview that Isabel Díaz Ayuso is giving in the most important radio station that is supporting her, because Federico right now he's against Vox. It used to support Vox, but because Vox is not listening, obeying what he's telling Vox to do, now he's against Vox, and he's And so he's and also he receives a lot of money, this journalist, from the Madrid region government, which is Isabel Díaz Ayuso. So it's the last day of the campaign. Isabel Díaz Ayuso goes to the most important radio station where she's gonna, get more votes for the election day a couple of days later. And then we are there, all the time with the bus going around and a few people with a banner in front of the headquarters of the radio station where she was being interviewed. She was being interviewed live. So can you, a couple of things. Can you show again the banner, Miguel, the banner, and then can you translate it, Juanma? Because that banner said two things, which is very similar to the bus. And she was talking about those two things the last day of the campaign, both in the radio, in the rallies that she attended throughout the day. She was answering this message, saying that this was a lie. She was talking about us. Go ahead, Juanma.
No, the banner says Ayuso is for liberty to kill babies, abortion law, and mutilate kids, trans law.
Okay. So in the interview and afterwards in the different rallies throughout the day, nobody would ask her about it, but she would take the word, and say, I'm not in favor of abortion. She was saying all the time. And of course, I don't want to mutilate children, and no children have been mutilated in Madrid region. So she was saying that all the time, which was, responding to what we were telling her in the banner that she saw when she entered the radio station, and also in the bus throughout the campaign. So I think that's a huge proof that we were being impactful because, she was really, I suppose, worried, concerned that our message would actually convince voters that she was in favor of LGBT law, trans law, mutilating children, and abortion. And she wanted to make sure that nobody would believe us, by saying the contrary. Well, that's, I was completely happy, when that happened. It's huge proof.
Let me give some, excuse me, some important context of what we are doing and what we are trying to achieve. Ayuso in the polling had a very strong chance of getting an absolute majority, not needing to govern in coalition. Our best chance to put pressure for babies and families was to keep her from the majority and thus needing votes, excuse me, I'm sorry, from Vox to govern. So every attempt to attack her would drive votes to the only place people could go, which would be Vox. In the end, and so she had her agenda, which is keep votes from going to Vox, keeping them home with her. I'm sorry. And we had our agenda. In the end, she got her majority. But to get it, she had to make statements. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I will just say that she even said that last day of the campaign, but also the previous days, because she was in the bus all the time, that she was going to actually change the trans law, that she would abolish some articles of the trans law. And I'm sure that if we hadn't been doing this campaign, she would have kept that for herself, and she would hadn't promised at all, that she would actually change the trans law. And after the election day, when she got this absolute majority, and I'm sorry, I'm telling you the end of the story, but she still was asked by some journalists, will you abolish some articles of the trans law? And she said, yes, I will do so because I promised. So maybe we'll get this, which is very weird. In Spain, like in most Western Europe, the left is always gaining ground, and the right never, gains ground. We're always like staying in the same place or losing a bit more ground. But repealing partially the trans law, that would be a huge victory for us and a huge defeat for the LGBT lobby, which is the most powerful lobby in Spain and in Western Europe. So mean, that would be absolutely huge if we get that. And I'm sure that's because of this campaign and other campaigns that will launch prior to this campaign. So it's really, really it gives us of hope, and it makes me believe in the model we're trying to apply. We'll see if she will finally be courageous enough, Ayuso, to actually change or abolish some articles of the trans law. But but there's a chance. Actually.
Well, we will continue to make it in her interest to abolish the trans law. Ayuso sees herself as president of Spain one day, and her path to being president right now is to be perceived as the conservative Popular Party candidate, not the liberal Popular Party candidate. But if she does nothing again, we will trash, we will get dirty her image, and we will see what she wants. So this is part of a much longer fight that we will be having in Spain and in probably every country on this call to, as I said, move the environment to the right. So we must take our eyes off, to some degree, what happened today, what happened yesterday, and look at the deeper dynamics, movements that we do have influence on. So while some people might say, oh, we didn't achieve our goal, it's okay. We moved the system in our direction rather than the left. That's the real success, and it is a success. And sorry, Antonio, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, to congratulate the media campaigners team in Asturias, because I would like to remark that one of the main purposes of the offline actions is to put pressure on the decision maker, by all means, and make feel pain the decision makers. So I see this campaign, and I love it, because you struggle a lot, and you design the campaign specifically to go after Ayuso, to put pain on her, and that's the purpose. Because sometimes we lose perspective, and we try to do things very, very well, but with no impact. I know all media campaigners here know the lesson. They know how to do things, but starting with me, sometimes we forget put pressure. That must be the first purpose of the offline actions, to make the decision maker feel pain. So congratulations. Yeah.
And you have to be courageous. I was in Texas at that time, but some people, media campaigners and campaigners, they went there, and go to the La Cueva del Lobo, like the wolves, what do you call den, that where Federico, this radio and Ayuso were, present, and they knew that they were going to be attacked by Federico live, and that happened, and they went there, and and assumed that. So that's pretty courageous. Yeah.
By the way, I missed the pictures of that date in the Flickr. Juanma, maybe you or someone in your team have the pictures, but it would be nice to have them. Okay, you can look for them. Okay. So let's move forward. I think there is no questions so far. Well, anything else from your side, Juanma?
No, and I think we are out of time, or I don't know. So
yeah,
could be okay. Like
there is a question of Pablo in the chat. I don't know if
yes.
if it is time.
Can you comment?
Sorry.
The problems we sometimes have with censorship on ads, because they are political issues, so that everyone knows in advance when they have to do it. I think Pablo is referring to the social media, because we tried to publish some ads in Facebook, in Twitter, and they always censor us. So we are not able to do these ads in social media. I think Pablo is...
Yeah, well, yes, and also in the newspaper, because, for example, in Madrid, the newspaper says no to our ad. because it goes against Ayuso.
Yeah, in Madrid we had we made the publicity in these regional newspapers, but not in Madrid, because in Madrid we sent the offer, and they told us they want to put some political issues there. But in fact, it's because in Spain the newspapers they leave because they receive money from the government. So all the publicity that goes against the people who give you money, it's censored. So we knew that and we tried, but it was not so important for us.
Yeah, maybe next time we can focus our efforts in media that we think that will accept our ads. You know, like, I don't know, like for instance, billboards. You know, on the roads, on the highways surrounding Madrid, for instance. You know, these people are much smaller, so they are more independent. You know, and more likely to accept our ads. Well, the bus is a very good example, or trucks or vans, things like that. That's something we can manage much easier than like this big newspaper that will receive ads from, you know, money from the government, and they're scared of the political class. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Juanma. I think you are done, right?
So I just want to, I hear this a lot, not just Citizen Go, but everywhere I work. Yes, there are companies and big tech and media outlets that will not help us. They will hurt us. They will not take our stuff. They will censor us. And that's been true all my political life. Okay, so don't cry about it. Don't say how it's unfair. I mean, it is unfair, but so what? This is the way it is. Learn where your advantages are. And ours are primarily in our lists and our willingness to do things directly and other communications. Yes, they might make some of that hard. We will deal with it. And we will do what we can sometimes to stop some of the abusive censorship. But in the end, we can't control that. It's the politicians that are the weak link, not huge companies. And they are the ones that are the key to policy. So yes, it's important to know what is happening, but please understand, you can't use that as a handcuff or an excuse. We have tools. We must use them.
Great.
Thank you. Finally, I think we only had the results. Ignacio also already mentioned what happened in Madrid, that Ayuso finally won the absolute majority. But I want to highlight what we said in our report back, which is that we highlight the thing that we had this good resource from the radical left. So this is a good news. They lose governments of Extremadura, Canary Island, Valencia, Balearic Islands. So this is something to congratulate, and we started our report back with good news. Okay, of course, we explained what happened in Madrid later. We are here explaining that that maybe one of the reasons that Ayuso won in Madrid was that the reaction from Vox was too late. That's the same that we said in the beginning of the campaign, that didn't change our narrative. But yeah, we explain all the issues, and we focus on the general election campaign, because at that time it was supposed to be in December, the general elections, but finally the leader of the socialists, Sanchez, and the president of the government finally called in advance for elections. So finally, because of these results, that they were very poor for the left, So they decided to call for advanced elections, and they are in 1 month and 1 day in July. So we are in the middle of another election season campaign. So that's why we wanted to put more time on this evaluation, because this evaluation makes also us to learn more and about our model and try to apply better the model in the new campaign that we have in few weeks. Okay. So in the elections we have in few weeks. I want to highlight also that we included this link to donate. Okay. If you are proud of our board, consider to make a donation. And we share the video that shows what we did in the elections. I think I'm done. I don't know if you have any other question. Teresa has a comment. When the team distributed flyers in the campaign, they received insults from some people with phrases like "you are crazy." Yeah, that's very useful. So any other?
Members of the Popular Party, because we were where all these rallies were happening, so they get pretty crazy. By the way, I think it's a great thing that's we sometimes forget to ask, like every report back, almost every report back, I would say, in the PS, we should ask for donations. And many times we forget. I think that that's a great practice because, we're telling about something that happened, and of course, the main purpose is not fundraising of this email, but if some people want to donate, we should give them the chance. And by adding this link, I think you can. It's a way that we are offering our people to get involved, and participate beyond just reading the email. Like send a donation if you want, if you can.
Yeah. So I think we are done. If you have any other comments, thank you very much.
It was really a terrific presentation, Miguel and your team, and you guys did great work. I think you should be encouraged, even though some of the results are not what all you want. But I think you have very positive gains, and we're going to run, I know, a very similar program now for the general election, and we will see what happens. But we are doing our job, and you are doing it very, very well. So congratulations.
Thank you, Mike, and everyone. Okay, so we should have a break, I think. Maybe Ignacio, let's.
Yeah. So now it's a 20-minute break, if I'm correct, right?
Yes.
So 5:15 European Central European Time. I think that's what it's called. So that's in 20 minutes from now. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
See you now. See you later.
See
you. See you in 20 minutes. See you. Okay, so it's 5:15 Madrid time. I think we can continue to the second campaign, Miguel.
Yeah, the second one will be managed by Pablo. So Pablo, go ahead. I think he is not yet back. Let's wait some seconds.
It's muted.
Okay,
There is Pablo.
Pablo, you can start what you want.
Okay, thank you. I will share my screen. 1 second. Okay. Perfect. Well, hello everyone. Now we are going to talk about the campaign about the trans law in Madrid. This is a previous campaign from the electoral one, so maybe I will repeat something that we discussed already, but I think it's important to have the whole picture in our minds. So let me explain a little bit about this law, because this is a very important law. It was one of the first law we have in Spain, one of the first trans law we have in Spain. It was in Madrid, I think it was the second. Then we have in several regions until this year we have the national one. But this one is has been passed in 2016. Okay, that year, the PP was governed in Madrid, but they need the support of another party, that it was Ciudadanos, that is a liberal party. Okay, so the PP was in rule alone, but they need the support of the liberals, because if the liberals goes with the left parties, they have the absolute majority. So when they try to pass this law for the liberals and the left parties, they thought that it was a very weak law. So they take down the proposal of the PP, and they make another one more harder, and they vote for this law, and they have the majority. So they passed the law. The problem was the PP was too afraid, and they just they didn't vote against these laws. They just abstained. So from that year, in Madrid, the PP lost the majority, and they depends about this Liberal Party from the 2016 until the next election in 2019. When Ayuso became the candidate of the PP party. In that election, again, Ayuso needs the liberals, because the result of the PP was very, very low, because the previous president was also a leftist, and the PP were going down. And in that government, they make a coalition. So Ayuso can do nothing against the law, because the liberals love that kind of law. And they ruled together until 2021, when Ayuso broke the government and called for elections. And this year is when everything's changed, because in that elections, Ayuso won. She had a very good results, almost absolute majority. But she needs the votes of Vox. For the first time, Vox get into the parliament in Madrid. So one of the demands of that Vox was asking the PP was to repeal this law. At the same time as after it was since the beginning of this law, asking to repeal this law, but we don't have the brave politicians to do this. And now we thought that was the perfect moment. But when they have to discuss the budget of Madrid, PP and Vox didn't ask for anything now for their support. So they support Ayuso just for something stupid, like well something to look great, not for the gallery, something like some taxes or something, but nothing important for us, nothing that defends our values. So we start a campaign against Vox. It was the first campaign we make against Vox, and it was very hard, and it was a surprise for them, but that's how we work, and that is how our model works. And at the beginning, I think they were very surprised, but for justify themselves, they tried to pass a bill to repeal the trans law. Okay, and they vote before they have to vote the budget. But this time, Ayuso again votes no to the Vox proposal, and it was very clear she wasn't to do anything. So if Vox wants to be political fair and respected, they have to be serious about this and vote no to the budget. We made that campaign, but Vox were at that time a pussy, and they passed the budget, and from that moment our relationships broke. And then the year passed, and in 2022, again in December, they have to approve the budget. The PP, Ayuso, needs the votes of Vox. And again, we ask Vox to be brave and to say no to the budget. And at the beginning, it appears that nothing will change because Vox again is going to say yes to the budget. But suddenly, the relationships go broke. They start hearing us. We thought that the tendency in Madrid is getting loud for Vox, and maybe they start asking questions that what is happening, what is happening this to us. But the thing is that they broke relationship with Ayuso, and they vote no to the budget. So it was very sparing for us. No, it was great news. And at the same time, in December of 2022, the national trans law was almost approved in the national parliament, and Ayuso, having the election in May this year, promised that because the PP was criticizing the trans law at the national parliament, but at the same time, the PP here in Madrid and also in Galicia and Andalusia, they have their own trans law. So it was have no sense, no? That if you are criticizing some trans law and you have the same trans law in your government and you can repeal this law, why you aren't doing this? So she promised to repeal, well, not repeal, just delete some aspect of the law about the gender identity when the national trans law was approved, because technical things. There always are technical things for government. That the real purpose of Ayuso was to wait for the elections and try to have the absolute majority so she can take the bill without the law without the box. But our first movement was when Vox breaks with the PP and say no to the budget before this campaign started. And we sent an email in January to our list saying that this was good news. We are not saying that Vox had made a truly change because we have to see in the future, but it was the first step. And we were confident that things want to change in Vox. But at the same time, we were in January thinking about this campaign because we have something new. We asked to repeal this law several times, but this time we have something new that other times we haven't. The first one is that we have the votes. If PP and Vox wants, they can repeal this law. And we have a promise from the president of the region, Ayuso, to repeal this law when the national law is approved. So in February, the trans law was approved, And then immediately we took advantage and set this campaign. Okay, with two purposes. First, try to repeal the law. Of course, that is very difficult. We all know that Ayuso probably didn't do that movement before an elections because, well, all the LGTB movement is going to get much pressure on her, and it was very difficult to get. But of course, the other purpose of this campaign was to show people the true face of Ayuso, because she's saying something, but she can do it and she's not doing. So it's like putting in front of the mirror. I think it's understandable this. And we have to do it before elections, so we can use in the elections these lies from Ayuso. So, well, everyone here has read the Rexford 4, but if you want, we can see some interest aspect. One of them was if we market only Ayuso of the decision maker, or both Ayuso and Monasterio. And what we finally did was put Ayuso like the decision maker, because Rocío Monasterio has registered in the parliament a bill to delete the trans law. So it was like very clear she was in favor of that, and she was asking of these things to many months ago, but now it looks like she was serious because they both know in the budget. And also we mentioned Rocío Monasterio in our emails, like this is a work of these two people, no? the leaders of both parties, but the pressure have to be in Ayuso. So finally, we marked like decision maker only Ayuso. And have been some comments in the theory of change. Maybe you can discuss some of these. I marked the decision of Ayuso because, well, like I mentioned before, because we asked, I don't know, like 5 or 7 times to repeal this law, and we always fail, because if we win this battle, and I think we are going to win this in the next month or years, it's going to be huge. It's going to be the first law, the LGBT law, and that is going to be touched at least, or maybe repealed in history, I think, or at least in Spain history. So we have this new aspect that you should say something, and the PP also in the regions have to say something about this law. The difficulty for us is that in Galicia and Andalusia, they haven't election. They have their own schedule, and in May they aren't having the election. So we put all the pressure in Madrid because of the election. And I think that it was a very clear thing that we have their own words, no, of the president, that's saying that, and also we are making pressure of the leader of the PP party in Spain, Feijóo, because he said the same. At the first, when the law was approved, he was like, we have to repeal this law and something like that. But a few days later, he was like moderating the message and only saying we are going to touch little things of the law with the Council of LGBT people and associations. And it's like, well, we know how this sounds. We know what is going to happen next, because the previous PP party, when they have the majority absolutely, they say a lot of things and they do nothing. So it was a good example to use against the PP, and why it's so important to have Vox, if Vox is brave and do what they always think they are going to do. So this is the background, the context. Now you know that why this law is so important for us and why we use this in the whole election campaign. And well, we can see this very fast, and then I think we can see the offline and the emails how we, because there are two phases in the campaign, no? And I think it's important to see how we act. First of all, I was too emotional, and I put a 4 here. I leave because I want to recognize my hero. Because in a political campaign, 4 is too high, and at least it was too high because we didn't get many new members. But I think it was a very great campaign, and people was complaining Ayuso because this thing, and it's something new because Ayuso in Madrid is very loved, and they have support in many things because she talks about all things, everything. Then she did nothing, but she know how to threat people, how to illusionate people with something like talking about abortion, talking about LGTB issues, but only talk. Then nothing happened. So because the trans law in the national parliament is always in the media, and feminists are criticizing this law, feminists that in 2016 were supporting the Madrid trans law. But with time, people see the truth and people change. So now we have the classical feminists criticizing them. We have few, but some LGBT people criticizes this, and the pressure on Ayuso, what not only us. I think ours is the most important pressure she has, because for the absolute majority, she wants to look in the Vox people, conservative people, probably our list. That's why she tried to talk about our issues sometimes. But she has problems with this because there's you have the problem at your home. But finally, well, it was a great campaign in terms of signatures, but not new members. No, so I was mistakes in put that 4. But it was pretty well in terms of signatures. People get involved. Now we're going to see some offline actions. So we were pretty happy and encouraged us to use more and more this issue in the campaign, as you saw in the bus. Of course, it was something that.
Hang on, Pablo.
Yes.
Is anybody looking at the comments to see if we should address any of them? I know that Antonio was doing that on Tuesday, but somebody should be looking through the comments to see if any of them need to be addressed while Pablo is giving the report. Can you do that, Miguel or Antonio, please?
Yeah, Miguel would be perfect. Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, and then if you see something we should address, please, interrupt and let's talk about it.
Okay.
This time, when we have to thought about if this campaign is going to help our allies, I consider Vox our allies because this is a battle they were fighting. They just present this bill, this law to repeal the trans law. This is the first step of our campaign, is to make Ayuso vote yes to the proposal. We are not sure. We thought that maybe yes, Ayuso could vote yes, because it was very difficult to the parliament to have time to do the whole process to repeal the law, because this was voted in March, if I remember well, and at the end of the month, the parliament is going to be closed for the elections. But we want to force her to vote yes.
Pablo, there was plenty of time. They didn't want to do it. Okay, this happens to us all the time. They say, "Oh, we don't have time. We have to do this, we have to do that, we have to go home. And it's what we call in America running out the clock. Like in football, when you're winning and you just kick the ball around until the clock ends. So never let their excuses stop you from doing what, if they really wanted to do it, they would have made the time.
Yeah, of course, that was the second phase when Ayuso voted yes, and she started complaining about the time and she couldn't do anything. We retake the campaign and say that there's plenty of time and they have to do it. And also we make another offline and we will see this. But we know that it went to be the excuse of Ayuso to do nothing, just promise things, and then after the election, and we explain in our emails, what Ayuso wants is to apparently say yes to repeal this law, or at least that's something, make some makeup in this law. But the really purpose of Ayuso is to get the absolute majority that the polls are saying that is probably, and then without the pressure of Vox, do whatever she wants. And I think it's something that people saw and believe, and that's why the campaign works pretty well in terms of signature for via a political campaign. So, well, that's why in this case I thought like Vox could be again our allies, because the before campaigns the last year we weren't so sure because the attitude of Vox against us, because they stopped asking with the questionnaire, they say nothing with us and they do nothing. So it's like again, and we explained in the email we sent in January, Vox could be our ally again, and we trust them in this campaign to do what they need to do. And of course, it's something that could hurt our enemies. In this case was Ayuso, because in Madrid it was pretty clear that the left they are going to lose in the elections, and so our enemy is Ayuso and the absolute majority of Ayuso. That was our worst enemy that we have now, because without a counterpart, without some party or someone that speak against what Ayuso says, she could do whatever she wants. In Spain, it's worse, as you just see, because she have the entire control of the party. So no one is going to say nothing against Ayuso or her politics. So
again, Pablo, they can do it. They just don't do it.
Well, yes, they don't.
One day it may be important to understand the difference between that. The same thing is true in Vox. But for now, yes, that is what consistently happens. And it is very dangerous because of the list system, especially coming up on an election. But they can speak against and vote against the leader of the party. They can do that.
Yes. Actually, in the parliament, they can vote whatever they want. And sometimes we have some strange cases that happens. But then in the next elections, that people is erases and never appear again. And they make the list whatever they want with people they think that they're going to vote always what the leader says. But sometimes we can make pressure on them and see some surprises. So we have to try always. And the final poll, the Resource for 4 is...
1 second before you go on, if you don't mind. This is Kirk. Sometimes we need to make a distinction, and I think you're getting very close to it, between our two types of enemies. And I'm going to teach for just a second. We have two types of enemies. One of them are ideological. So the left and those that are supporting and trying to indoctrinate our children are ideological enemies. But we also have tactical enemies. the people that are blocking us because they want to be access based, they want to get along, they never want to take hard votes on things. So this campaign is really against our tactical enemies. We've got the majority. What we're trying to do is force them to do the right thing. And that's the distinction that we need to make and always keep clear. You know, your tactical enemies can sometimes be more dangerous than your ideological enemies because they have the power to do stuff, but they're not doing it. And we've got to force them. And that's what you're getting into a fight with, is someone who is tactically, ideologically with you, but tactically against you.
Thank you, Keith.
I
For the
think
last,
there is a comment very important from Mike in the in this one, yeah. Oh, in the below. I think it's next step. Yeah, that one. The G24.
okay.
Yes. That it's regarding what happened with the campaign, that we didn't win in reality, but we were very close to win because Ayuso committed to modify, or well, a few days ago she said that she will repeal the law. So this is what Mike said. We won nothing but words, but for most groups that's the end. But for us, it's not enough. So we should keep fighting. I mean, and remember this issue to Ayuso in the election. I mean, in the season, during the mandate, and try to have the final victory. So we will not just forgive. Yeah, we will not forget about this campaign. So that's my comment.
Yeah, sure. Because as I just said, having if they repeal the gender identity from this law, it's not going to be a total victory because we want the repeal of the whole law, but it's going to be the first time we won in terms of LGBT laws, at least in Spain. So it's going to be a huge step. It's going to make the LGBT movement crazy. We know it. You're of course going to wait until the general elections to do anything about this. But it's important to say that yesterday it was the speech of Ayuso becoming again the president of the Madrid region, and again she reinforced her message about not letting this law how it is. She's going to listen to the demands, of course, of the feminists. No, so the women in sports. She said that she said some specific things. I just put this morning in the narrative. We'll see now. But just for example, in the sports, that some men that said now that there are women and they are competing in the sports is a very polemic issue, and she's going to erase that from the law. So, well, step by step, I think that we can repeal this law, but the first step normally is the harder. So, if we had with Ayuso, maybe in the future we can get the last one. So, it's going to be difficult, but we are in the good way. And we will see it make pressure, of course. Once the election pass, we will sometimes have to retake this campaign and remember Ayuso, her promises, and make her do what she promised. And well, maybe we can see now what was our strategy with the campaign. This is the background. We start with a deadline. No, it's very important if you have one to take advantage of the deadline, because we have this vote in the Madrid Parliament about taking in account the Vox proposal. So our first phase of the campaign was we sent, I think, 4 emails, the classical series. And then when the day was the day after, we sent 4. We do this sometimes. I think it's worked pretty well. So for designers, we sent a call the decision maker. So we say, please call Ayuso, make pressure on her. She has to vote yes. We are nearly to the victory. Tomorrow is the votation, or even targeting the morning of the votation. We have still time, call, make pressure of her. And from the no signers, we send a relaunch to you. Please sign. We have a few hours, but we can make pressure of her, share our petition. And it works pretty well from the call decision maker with the first launch. We had almost 150 calls that people says that calls and tell us what the Ayuso team says to them. So maybe it was more calls, but at least what we know was 150. So it was a very good campaign, and finally Ayuso voted yes. So we have the report back, and with the report back, we explain our people that we have a victory, but it's not a complete victory. It was a trick victory, because we know that the user wants to trick us and trick them, and we explain how she only wants to vote yes to get time, no? Until the elections, and get the majority, and will do whatever he wants in then. So we get another deadline that was at the end of the month, the last parliament session they have in Madrid after the parliament is closed because of the election. And in that session, they could repeal the law. They have the votes, they have the intention, so why not? Ayuso was with excuses, but we want to make pressure on them, and we start again the campaign saying this is possible, explain our people how it is possible, and asking them for please make pressure of them. And we sent another relaunches, and we make another offline. So let me just explain a little bit about the offlines, please. This was the first when the vote is taking place in the parliament. We go there with our signatures, and Miguel, and we announce that we are going to the parliament, so the Ayuso team receive fast. This is important because at least with Ayuso, we know, like I explained before, that she wants our people to vote her. She wants to grow by the right, not by the conservative people, but she knows that with a little bit more votes, she's going to get the absolute majority. So she was pretending that she listened to us, and isn't the first time she received us. It was the second, but we are not fools and don't let her trick us. But of course, we went there, and we delivered the signatures. These 2 people you see here, these 2 women, there were important parliaments of the Ayuso government. I don't know, Miguel, I can explain if you want, but I don't know, because you were in the meeting, if you want to say something or...
I just want to say that they were very kind. We sent the information about that we were going there to deliver the signatures, I think 1 day before. So they, even that we didn't give a lot of time, they received us, and they were very kind. They're trying to explain all the time that Ayuso is doing what she can, and she cannot do much more. Well, explaining a lot with good words, and we were trying to say that this is not enough, and this is not true. That she can do a lot more. That was because they said that one of the reasons she didn't abolish this law is that she was waiting for the national law that was that it was being voting and passing. So, but this is independent, so it's not true. That's excuses from the politicians that they do all the time. So that's our work. Try to be there, try to deliver the signatures, put pressure, and we did what we were planning to do. Yeah.
So
And
here's
Oh.
let for a moment. Please understand your role as a campaigner. You're delivering the petitions, which you said you would, and you should, and it puts pressure. And this is part of the inside game. You're talking to some people that could be with you, that should be with you, but they're not really interested in what you say. They want you to go away and not do anything for you. And when you've been through the teaching, you know that there is a response that you should have to having it when they make threats or when they make explanations or when they try to buy you off. And that is to double down. You go back to your outside operations and try to put even more pressure on them. It doesn't matter what they say. What we teach you is when a politician tells you how politics works or what you should do, ask yourself this question: how does it benefit the politician or the party if I do what they say? And in this case, it means we go away, they don't give us a vote, they don't change the law, and that's the end. So we have to make it more painful for them to make the excuses than it is for them to do nothing. That's what we mean by moving the environment in the legislative season, which is what this is. And for you, if you don't know, double down, it's an expression, at least in America, from gambling. It means double the bet, put twice as much money at risk. So it means what we mean by that, it's shorthand, we would say. It means increase the pressure on the outside, using your lists, using your supporters, using our community.
And sorry, Mike. Also, it was interesting about this meeting with these two deputies because we have to take care about the songs of the sirens. Why? Because these two deputies, the one from the left side, she is a good friend from Azteoir. Some years ago, she went usually to the Azteoir Awards. And the other one, she's the sister from another PP political who was killed by ETA some years ago. So the Ayuso sent us two deputies very near from our values, and they use all the excuses that you tell us sometimes that the politicians will tell us, that they share our principles, that now it was not the right time, that in politics the rhythms are different as us as a organization. So it was always like that. But as you say, then next week we came back with another offline action to double down. It means, okay, you tell us that, we don't believe you, and we continue in our path. So
yeah, I'm not sure if someone in the Ayuso's team read our emails, but if it's, I'm sure they wasn't really happy because their strategy doesn't work with us. And of course, the next week we prepare an offline before the last parliament session, and we did an offline there with what you can see here, a huge message against calling Ayuso a coward. And of course, this is like the boss message. the trans law of Madrid adulterates hormone and mutil children. But here it puts a use of coward. So it's not a pleasure measure for her. And that's why we thought that she was pretty angry with us during the election campaign. And that's why, that's why she responded to our boss, because it was clearly an error. A politician, an expert, shouldn't respond to our boss. The first time everybody did, now they are learning and they try not to do. But she was so angry with us that finally she responded to our offlines, and it's great for us, because if she responds once, we're going to double down then and be in everywhere and in every offline, every speech she's going to make, and force her to answer again and speak about us and our issues and our values. And with that, we can make more pressure, and people will debate about this, because the thing is, normally in the election campaigns, politicians try to not touch polemic issues, and that's our purpose, not to remind our people that, for example, I used to say this about the abortion, did this with the trans law, and if the politician speaks and responds to our campaigns, that's great, because it's probably we have the certain problem. We have the opportunity to talk with athletes and to show the real politician behind the mask. To try to show everyone. And this was the offline action. I don't know, Juan, if you want to comment something. There are some voluntary people, because we sent we go to an email, and it was in front of the. It's not a very pretty place, but well, we have no problems with the police or something like that. Sometimes the police make some trouble for us and want to ask for some papers if we have something. But this time I think it's pretty well, no problems. And we have our message that then we send another report back to at least, of course, showing this. Finally, we have the 30,000 signatures, and I want to mention something I think is important for next campaigns, errors we made or something good we.
Teresa has a question.
Sorry.
Comment.
Thank you, Pablo. My question or my comment, I don't know, is if Ayuso, the president of Madrid region, understands our play, our action-reaction strategy, even if you don't like it, even if she doesn't like it. It is clear, no? For example, the leader of Vox in Madrid, Rocío Monasterio, got very angry the first time we did a campaign asking her for something. I believe that Ayuso is more politic, has a politic instinct than the leader of Vox in Madrid. I don't know.
I think she understands pretty well, because she gets very angry. This is some topic that she doesn't want to talk about. It's something that she prefers to put in a box and never shows again, because it's difficult for her to explain to the voters why she has a trans law here, and at the same time she is criticizing the national trans law that it's the same, or even the Madrid trans law, maybe it could worse than the national trans law, because the law was made by the radical leftists in Madrid. So for her, there are two topics that she hates to talk about. There are abortion and trans law or LGBT laws, because we have a trans law in Madrid and an LGBT law that also we asked to repeal. And she went forced to promise something that probably she doesn't care. If the national trans law never gets approved, she will never do anything about this, because she has the opportunity when they get the majority with Vox, and Vox asked, and Vox gets a vote in the parliament to repeal this law, and the PP votes no in 2021. They vote no in front of the Monasterio face, because they know they have the budget approved, and because they don't care about this law. So probably, yes, she hates these topics, and that's why she receives us trying to transform us like puppets and do anything else, just getting our promise and be happy with the words of Ayuso, but not the facts. So, and now I think she's pretty sure that we are not going to rest until this law is taken down, and that's why she hates us so much, because she don't understand why, if she promised something, we don't believe her. And we don't believe her because we don't believe politicians. And we have many proofs to don't believe politicians. But everyone else believes Ayuso, and we don't. And that's one thing that she doesn't understand. So I think we are her worst enemies, and we are doing a great job. About the campaign, I think there's some difficult things that we learn during this campaign, but it's important for every campaigner. That is the parliament protocols and the parliament sessions and the parliament laws and structure, because first time we weren't so sure about the times the politician had to approve this proposal, and then if they can repeal the law, if there are going to be plenty of time or not, because PP says no, Vox says yes. Even Vox doesn't know very well the protocol of the parliament, because they do something wrong when they propose this bill. So it's difficult, because it's not the national parliament. Maybe it's more well known. This is the regional parliament, and also for example, if we do something in the city hall, they have their own politics and protocols, and it's not easy. But we have to learn, because if we want to use deadlines, if we want to tell and speak the truth, for example, if the politician lies and said that I don't have time, and we can demonstrate that that's not true, and we found the rule that says the contrary of the politician, that's great, because we force the politician to speak, we state the lies they have to. They're trying to make as excuses. So that was something that I figured during this campaign, that I don't know very well the regional protocols, and it's important. One thing we have learned, and we use.
So actually, can you hold on there for a moment,
Yes.
Pablo? That's very important. It's been part of the training, which I think many people that have been on the training don't take seriously. If you're operating in your country at the regional level or the national level, you must know the rules of the parliament. Don't take an elected official's word for what the rules are. Number one, they lie, even your friends. Number two, especially your friends, they are frequently ignorant of what the rules really are. They don't sometimes even know that there are rules. Kirk Shelley can talk for hours about stories of him telling politicians that were friends that they had more power than they knew. and showing them in the rules what they really could do, even though they were told they couldn't do it. But it's not a part of your work that you can ignore because it's strange to you. It is your job to become an expert in the rules of a procedure, the deadlines, and not just what they tell you is the way it is done, what the real rules are and how you can use those to break the system or maneuver it to your advantage. So if you haven't started learning that for your country, start now.
Okay, thank you, Mike. And for good practice, I think we need two that I'm proud of. The first one was, as I said before, that in another campaign we asked the users team that we'll tell them that we are going to do some offline action and deliver some signatures, and they receive fast. So we learn the power of telling the people, the decision maker, that you are going to deliver signatures, because they could be three situations. The first one, they know it and they receive you, so it's great. You take the photo and you make your demands or whatever you want, or depends how the meeting go, and then you can tell your people, no? And so you are respected. So that's a good thing. The second one is that they don't want you there, and they try you don't go there. So that's great too, because if they send the police or they do something to try to prevent you going there or taking your offline action, you can take photos, you can tell your people, you can show how they fear you, and take advantage of that situation. And the third one is they ignore you. So that's I think the clever one for them. But sometimes they don't do it, but if they do and they ignore you, it's the same. That if you say nothing and you don't tell them that you are going, so you don't lose anything. And the other one is that if you can, this time we have the opportunity. It's a good thing to make a campaign before one elections if you're going to use that subject during the elections. We have the opportunity with the trans law, and it was a very good opportunity because the declaration of Ayuso saying that she's going to repeal this law. But sometimes could be something about abortion, something about, I don't know, I'm thinking just right now, maybe in Castilla y León, we can ask again to the protocol of the health break, and if they do nothing, it's like if they don't answer the questionnaire, and we can show many people ask you this, you don't listen to them, you don't answer the questionnaire, and I don't know. But sometimes it's, if you find a good topic, it's a good thing to make the campaign before the election, so you can use that campaign during the election. And I think more or less that's it. Unless you have some comment, Miguel, here that is interesting for discuss.
I think you can read this comment from Scott. That is very interesting.
Okay. It seems that the Spanish general election is in July of this year. Cannot so use this campaign or element of its as leverage to drive people outside of Madrid, that even people inside Madrid, to the right political? Yeah, of course, we are going to. It's the same thing with Ayuso, now the Feijóo, because Feijóo was the president of Galicia during the last, I don't know, like 10, 15 years. So Feijóo approved the trans law in Galicia, and now he's saying that he's going to touch the trans law in Spain, but we don't know exactly how and with whom, because he wants to do with LGTB advisors or something like that. So that sounds pretty well for us. So we can make a lot of pressure to the PP, to Feijóo, because they have different law in Madrid, Andalusia, Galicia. and we don't believe them. In Galicia, of course, Feijóo rules during these 15 years with absolute majority, so he can do whatever he wants, and he approves the trans law. The same in Andalusia now; they have absolute majority. They can repeal the trans law, and they don't, because they don't want. So it's pretty clear for us, and we have to make pressure on them, because why now they are criticizing the national law? Because the leftists approve this law. You are the same as the leftists, you approve the same law in your regions. So don't fool us. We are going to use, of course, this in the national elections.
Okay, any other questions? There's a comment from Maria. We have the two files open. Yeah, you mean legal complaints against us in Madrid, supposedly for transphobia in accordance. Yeah, this is important because they have fined us with two expedientes, like two files, so that we have to pay. I think it's 20,000 euros because of this bus.
Well, not yet, but the regional government opened the file because they received complaints against us. Of course, if they open the file, it's because they suspect we can be transphobic or whatever because of that law. So they are still in the instruction part, but we can be fined between 3,000 and 20,000 euros for a tweet that posted Javier Nogués, a colleague of us, and also at the Oir bus against the trans law in November, the last November.
Yeah, I think you, Pablo, can share the picture because we were also talking about the trans law with another bus that we were fine about this bus in October. I think it was in December. You have to go to the albums, and then in December there was a rally about, and Caroline Farrow was with us. She came, and it's
the rally, no, against the
yes,
law.
I think it's this one. The
This one.
manifestación. Yeah,
Yeah.
We had a rally.
Bus.
We had the bus there. I think there is some picture with the bus
Here.
here.
The video.
And then we were fined in different places. I think in Barcelona we had a big one with 20,000 euros, and in Madrid I think it was like 3,000 euros or something like that. We were fined because of the slogans. I mean the sentences that we use in the bus. Okay. So thank you. I think we can move forward. I think we should go with my. Well, thank you, Paulo. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think it's my turn because we have another evaluation before the next break. So, Agustin, can you confirm? I have to go with the next one?
Yes. You can go now, Miguel. I think it's a good one.
So I will present only the one tab because I will share some videos later, and they play better if I share only one tab. Sorry. Campaigns. Here it is. Great. So this is the next campaign we are going to evaluate. Okay, this is, we call it suspend the deputy Miriam Nogueras for removing the flag of Spain. Okay, and I will put more context if we go directly to this video because we will see what happened in this case. Okay, So I will open here and share this tab so that you can see the video.
Ay, això està molt enganxat.
Yo simplemente una curiosidad, ¿por qué ha separado la bandera de España
Está muy cerca.
y la europea
No está tan cerca. Y queda mucho
y
lado.
la España
Sí,
la
sí.
mueve hacia allá?
La hemos
¿Tiene
apartado, la hemos apartado un poquito, no. Me representa mucho más esta bandera que esta.
Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias a ti.
Okay, so this is the what happened. I will translate what they said. The thing is that she, Deputy Miriam Nogueras, she's from a separatist party. They call Junts per Cat, like Together for Catalonia. This is a region of Spain, and she moved away the flag of Spain. Okay, and she maintained it in the same place, the flag from Europe. And then the journalist asked this deputy, "Why are you moving away the Spanish flag?" And she said, "Well, it's very, very close to me. I don't want it to be that close." And then the journalist said, "But why you don't touch the European flag?" And she said, "No, because this one it's okay. There is no problem with that." So it's a very very polemic action from her, and there were a lot of people commenting in the news. It was a headline. So I think it was in the afternoon, and when I saw this trend in Twitter and I saw this video, I thought that we had to launch a campaign. I mean, to be very nimble and take advantage of this headline, because it's not. In the past, it was not our core values. I mean, the unity of Spain, it became our core values in the last years because of the issues with the separatists in Catalonia, that they tried to separate from Spain and have their own country, I mean, their own state. So that's why we started to introduce this topic, okay, the unity of Spain, as a core value for us to defend and to treat in our petition. Okay, makes sense. So then we launched this campaign very, very quickly to take advantage, because the purpose, and you can see here the purpose of this campaign, it's acquisition. Okay, and this is because there was a headline, the media, and many Spaniards were angry. So there's an opportunity to obtain new members. Okay. The decision maker was Meritxell Batet, which is the president of the Spanish Congress. And what we asked, just to remove the license, I'm not sure if we can say license or we say the acta de diputado, like a document or license that they have as a deputies. So the president can remove when there is a disorder, I mean a public disorder or something very, very hard or polemic from a politician. They can actually remove. It's one of the things they can do to maintain the order, I mean, in the Congress. So that's why we asked to remove this license for this deputy, so that she cannot represent our country anymore, because she doesn't respect our flag. So it's very, very clear. I mean, there was an issue with this, and I have to mention that it's kind of a weak decision maker, because Meritxell Batet is a socialist. She belongs to the Socialist Party, and we know that the socialists in Spain, they are friends of the separatists. They don't actually want to fight for the unity of Spain. They just
Yeah, it's worse than that, Miguel. If they don't keep the support of the leftist separatist parties, they lose their majority. They cannot govern anymore. Correct?
yeah, correct. That's
So
the kind-
whether they agree with them or don't agree with them, it doesn't matter, because if they don't give them what they want, and that the separatist parties quit the coalition, the government falls.
correct. That's true. So it's more than that. I agree. I agree with you. Thank you. So that's the situation. So the decision maker, we know that it's not very good one, but even though we thought that we should go for it, and it's the more, let's say, for us, we didn't find any better petition or any better decision maker. So we wanted to just go for it and take advantage of the angry that it was causing to many people, and try. Then, this is the theory of change. According to the regulation of the Congress, in Chapter 8, the non-respect of national symbols is a serious offense. Okay. And then we thought that maybe with our petition, they can actually take an action. We knew that it was very difficult because of the issue I was mentioning, but even though we wanted to go for it. And we just scored 6 to the Red Fox 4-1, okay, because it's very high. But well, you can see here the number 8. This is because we got much more new members than what we expected. Okay, I will show later the numbers, but it was crazy. I mean, it was very viral and was moving around the petition everywhere. I think in the Red Fox 4, well, there are some comments. Maybe I have to read some of them. Okay. In your opinion, this 8 we scored is too high. We got one of the highest number of members, but in terms of donations, we didn't get a good result. Yeah, but we didn't actually send Antonio any fundraiser on this, I think. Or maybe via direct mail. I have to. Yeah, I think in direct mail we were thinking on doing something regarding the separatists, but I have to check. Okay, but this petition was only for acquisition for we were asking for signatures, not donations. So that's why I scored 8. But yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it's too high 8. I'm not sure.
I normally take into consideration both aspects of Red Fox number 1. Even though the campaign is only advocacy, I try to consider both.
Okay.
Because we don't usually create briefs or Red Fox for fundraising campaign. So that's my point. So yeah, I usually do it. That's why Red Fox number 1. It's hard to, for me at least. I'm very conservative. I don't like to score more than 5. Well, it depends, obviously, but sometimes it's very, because it's complicated to get new members and also a lot of money, so donations. So that's sometimes we don't expect that, and we are surprised, but normally it's not what happens. So that's why I'm a little conservative.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Regarding the Red Fox 4, scored 2 in the beginning. And finally, I scored 1 because it didn't help so much since we didn't have a victory. But maybe I didn't evaluate this Red Fox 4 well, because as Mike says here, winning is the number 4, the Red Fox 4. So if our allies got press, money, supporters, then win or lose, they are helped, and that's true. So in this case, we got many new supporters, so this is bringing some kind of and then
No, it's whether allies and friends are helped.
okay.
Number 1 is about us. Number 2 is about our friends and allies, whether they got money, good press, new supporters, things like that.
Yeah, of course, this probably bring more patriots. I would say that they are our allies in this petition, because this kind of aggression to our values, I think it's bringing more, and our fight is helping this to happen. I mean, to help bringing more, people concerned about this situation, so that in this case, it's help. Then Red Fox 4-3, we scored 2, and finally, I think this was wrong. I didn't score very well because of this comment. Antonio, I think he's right. I wouldn't rate it negatively, because it would imply that our campaign contributed towards the situation, which I think it didn't. And I agree. I totally agree with you. The thing is that when I was analyzing what happened and that they finally didn't, so the decision maker didn't take any action and tried to convince that there was no issue about this, and so I was a bit, discouraged about angry about this no action from the decision maker. So that's why I said that probably in the future they would do it again, because they see that nothing happens in reality in the Congress. But I was not taking all the picture. I was not analyzing all the picture, only this other part. So Mike also said that they got trouble. Politicians and party and corporations don't want trouble. So you are still thinking win or lose, and Red Fox 1-3 are win or lose. Yes, that's probably my fault, and I agree with you. Thanks for clarifying this. The left did not get stronger for this, and definitely not because of our campaign. So, and then number 4, the attacks to the Spanish symbols will probably decrease. That was our comment in the beginning, and my comment at the end. The course is the bad precedent. Not winning after a mobilization like this, it's a bit annoying to me. So I think maybe we could do something else, maybe some legal action or some other offline action. I don't know, but I feel like we have got a lot of new members. We have got a very viral petition, and then only do a signature delivery. It was kind of a poor mobilization. I mean, the general. So, well, the mobilization was the petition, but I mean, what we did with this mobilization. I mean, I think we could do anything else, but I don't disagree with your comments. I think it's true that there was a success in terms of support and moving this petition around. So that's great.
Miguel, I wouldn't be worried about president or president. I don't know how it is pronounced in English, because the bad president is not doing anything. So who cares? I mean, someone has to do something. In this case, I think we were the only organization in Spain who mobilized its list to fight against this, girl or this party of offending Spaniards. So I wouldn't be worried. Just the contrary. I'll be proud of launching this campaign, even though the results are not pretty good.
Actually, what's wrong with the results? I mean, it's the scoring that's wrong here on the evaluation. Why is it a -1? Because you ran this campaign on Red Box 4-3. Our campaign made the leftist separatists stronger? Is that what you're arguing? That because we ran this campaign, they are stronger?
No, not really. I think it was another thought. It was like, in my mind, I think launching a campaign like this and having this support, all these people signing, and then I mean, nothing happens in the parliament. There is no complaint against this politician. There is.
Well, so what? How does that answer my question? How are the separatist leftists made stronger because you ran this campaign? That's what a negative score means. They are actually stronger because of you.
I was going to say that doing this kind of campaigns and not winning I think they could think that then we are not that stronger. I mean that we
so
are.
If you ran zero campaign, they wouldn't think that even more? That makes no sense, Miguel.
Yes, I agree. That was my thought at the beginning, but of course, then thinking more about this campaign, I agree that there is a big value on fighting, and we should fight. The only thing is that
no. You're ignoring my question, though, sir. How does the left separatists? How did you make them stronger because of your campaign? Did they get more money? Did they have more supporters? Did they get good press? Do people like them better because of your campaign?
No, I agree with you. They are not stronger because of our campaign. I agree.
Well, then it can't be a -1.
Yes, that is a mistake.
Okay.
I agree.
So now,
Fair enough.
please understand, sometimes they do get stronger because of your campaign, because they will raise money sometimes because of a campaign. The pro-abortion forces will often raise money because of our campaigns, which does make them stronger. So you can get a negative score, but I don't think this one is one of them. I think that they were damaged, and the government was damaged because the government of the socialists is to blame. I think part of your problem is you had it was a real theory of change, not fake, but it was pretty ridiculous. And that's okay. It's okay to have a ridiculous theory of change if it could still be true. I mean, it's a ridiculous theory of change to think that Disney will overnight stop doing pro-homosexual stuff because we start a petition campaign. But they could, and over time, they will if we stay with it. So thinking that you could get her, this woman expelled when they need her votes, and that wasn't going to happen. Surely you knew that.
Yeah.
And so the question is, did those that tolerate and support the separatist movements, were they hurt or helped or makes no difference by this campaign? I think probably they were hurt a little bit, not a lot. That's my thinking. So it's +1 or +2, which is okay. So that's that. And on the win and lose, as long as I'm already talking, if we win, first of all, you didn't win, so it's not 0, it's a blank. We talked about that on Tuesday. That way you don't get a -4.
Yeah,
Okay, and the other one, what's the cost of our freedom we lose? It's zero, Miguel, because you would have lost if you didn't run this campaign, and you ran the campaign and nothing changed, so it's no change.
Okay.
This is a fine campaign.
Mhm.
And if you change the -1 to a +1 or even a +2, then you'll see that your scoring was really quite accurate.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I know this gets a little subtle and it can be confusing. But this is, for those that are new, this is a tool we use to keep people from doing things in politics just because they have an emotional feeling, because that is bad use of our members' money. And this is a way to think about political fights, mostly not in terms of winning or losing in the short term, but winning or losing over a longer term. It's not a math equation. It's not a physics problem. There is some art and subtlety and guessing, informed guessing involved. But this is the tool. And then that tool is then used for learning with the evaluation process. So we get better at the planning stage, Red Fox 4, and move forward as a group. So there are some subtleties that are hard to wrap your mind around, and there are some holes in the tool. So what? It works really good. No tool is actually perfect, but this is a pretty darn good one that's been developed and improved over 25 years by Kirk and me and others that taught the first versions to us. And just learn to use it, and it will be very valuable to you. I'll stop talking. Sorry.
Thank
you. Mike, for me, what you just talked about is an important point because, I never heard about this possibility or even need, as you explained in this case, to score a blank field in evaluation. So this is something new for me. And for me, it's very interesting you suggested this blank here, and also the argument you told us why you suggest the blank. And this is finally why I jump in to highlight this and to bring it more to the attention also of other campaigners, because we are not used to do it this way.
And I never really thought about it because no other group I work with is as disciplined about using Red Fox 4 in the evaluation stage. Most of my groups, they are not as disciplined. No, actually, I will go further. None of the groups I work with, even the ones I built, are as disciplined as Citizen Go is about really using Red Fox 4 for both planning and evaluation. So I never thought of it really, Edward, until now. So that's, and now when I saw it, and because of the delta portion of it, which makes something good seem bad, then I was like, oh, that's not right. So forgive me, I just had not thought of it.
No, Mike, it's not a question about that. For me, it was just important to come back to this, what you talked now, because we never had this. And so, for us, I guess it's important to understand what you just said and why you suggested it here, because we need to remember it in the future. That's the only thing why I came back on it.
Yep, and I appreciate that, Edward. That is the whole purpose of evaluation, is for us to learn together what is good, what is bad, and what has just not been thought through. So thank you for highlighting this, and hopefully everybody will become more effective at these tools and therefore at the work we have to do.
Ignacio?
Yeah, I mean, the main purpose of this campaign, if you scroll up, was acquisition, right? Yeah. So that, and acquisition-wise, it was pretty good. It was really good. So And I think the key is, Miguel explained it before, but I want to repeat it. It's jumping on the news, the headline wave, as soon as possible. It took probably hours since the moment, Miguel knew about this story and, launching the petition. In those cases, it's more important, in my opinion, to launch it as soon as possible, as opposed to, compared to, having like the best petition with the best wording, with the best, email. It's better to send it fast and people are, maybe they are turning on the radio, they're turning on the TV, they're going to the internet and reading the newspapers, they're reading, they're angry at that moment, and they receive our email. And that's the one where many people will sign and then share, because we're asking first to sign and then to share and then to donate. So that's pretty strong. And this is what a good campaigner does, to realize that this could be a good topic acquisition. Sometimes we fail and we think it's going to be a good acquisition campaign, and it's not. But realizing that from time to time we get it right, and Miguel got it right, and then he was very fast and moved very fast. When we were just one or two people many years ago with After before Credences and Go, it was easy to be fast and to be nimble. We talk about being nimble because we were very small, and it's kind of a startup thing, and there are no processes of review process that we have right now. But now it's much harder, and so a good campaigner is nimble. When he or she needs to be nimble, like Miguel this time. That was very important in my opinion.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to highlight the results of the new members. They were very, very high.
Can you make it bigger? Can you make it bigger, Miguel? Sorry.
Yeah. So we got 16,000, which is very, very high. This in our list in Astegir in Spain. We were, I think never we had this since I'm in the team. Maybe in the past, of course, I think some years ago, but in the recent years, I think there was no petition like this. I can show also this chart that you can see many other petitions. And sorry, I will make it smaller because otherwise I cannot. Okay, and then you can see this one. It's very dark green. It means that it's very, very high, and no one, you can see there are many others that are for acquisition, and we don't usually get this number of new members. Okay, only few of them have passed 10,000. For instance, this was very, very similar, but a bit lower. And yeah, 9,000, 8,000, it depends, 12,000, but this one, I think it was in 2 years at least, or 1 year and a half, it was the best. So I'll go back here to this document. So we were in the Congress with these signatures and try to deliver in person. Okay, so we took the picture, we go to the reception and try to bring the petitions. They didn't receive us, but we could register all the signatures and try to have a bit more impact. In this case, sometimes we call the volunteers, okay, to be there. We have a WhatsApp group with very close volunteers but in this case, I think we were only the team. Only some of us, because I don't remember the reason. Do you remember, Juanma? I think because we were in a hurry with many other things and we didn't have time to organize a more impactful, offline action.
And I think also because if you see the emails and everything, so it was a fact that it was like 3-4 days from passional answer from people, but then another chaser, and this issue disappears from the newspapers, the people, and everything. It was like, yeah, an angry time, 3-4 days, and then stop, and we went to another thing, because last month our governors made a lot of bad things, and it was like one day one thing, 2 days before, 2 days after another. So I think that's why we didn't invite people to come, because it was like it was not in the chaser. So it was only, we have to give the signatures, because we announced to the people that we will give them, but that was it.
Yeah, and Antonio pointed out that it's true that it was March 8th, so it was the Women's Day, and all the media rapidly changed it to other topics to talk about the feminists and other rallies that they were going to have. So it was very one-day campaign, let's say, one day flower. I mean, you can see here the progress. The first and the second day it was great, but then very quickly it went down. So that's why we didn't try to do any rally or any big offline action, just the signature delivery and go to other things, because we finally have to focus on many things and try to organize the team and the work. So they didn't receive us, but we delivered. We were thinking on doing some kind of action against Batet, the president of the Congress, because she didn't take ownership of didn't took the responsibility. So she had a lack of responsibility, and we asked our advisors, legal advisors, but then we discarded it because they didn't recommend to go for this kind of legal actions. Yeah.
So a couple of things that we're talking about that are also being talked about in the discussion on the side, which we've got to, sometimes we do too much of that, and I'm the worst offender. So I'm calling myself out, but Ignacio is 100% right. When you are chasing a headline, in other words, something that people, it's not just in the news one time and nobody saw it, but something that is really happening right now that people can be aware of, you have to be nimble. That's one of our core values. But when it's something that nobody is really talking about, then you can take more time and craft a more calculated effort. In this case, it was important to act fast, and it paid off. We chased the headline, and then we helped make the headline. So really good. So there's room for both. So you don't have to, boss, you don't have to argue with the boss, Ignacio, because you can both be right. So, and as for, it came up in a previous eval on Tuesday, and I made a comment. So I'm going to respond on getting our people out in the street. We've tried very, very many times with, at best, limited success. I think that's fair. And Ignacio will tell me if it's not fair. Our list is primary people that sign petitions and give money. They are not people that primarily take to the streets and protest and go to big rallies. There are other groups, usually locally organized, that do have people like that who are often not willing to sign petitions or give money. And if you really want a big crowd, you will have to find local groups to become allies and partners. We have not had very good success being the driving force in creating good crowds. And we have tried many times. But if others want to jump in with, to tell me examples where I'm incorrect, please do. Because I know we've done it sometimes.
Yeah, I agree with you. And in our case in Spain, even though in the past we had several big rallies, I mean, with massive number of people, I think that's the reality in the last years, with some exceptions. I think very few exceptions. We have this issue that it's very difficult to have a lot of a crowd, of many people in the street. I mean, we are focused on online. We know that it's our program, our model, and I'm happy with that. I just wonder that sometimes I try to bring people to some rally or whatever, but as you said, going through local groups, doing coalitions with people that has the people that I need more contacts or more people to bring there. But these coalitions, in this case, we discarded because there was were not plenty of time. There was many other issues, March 8th, so we just discarded. Okay? I just want to.
No, I think you did the right thing. Absolutely.
Okay.
The places where I've seen the most likelihood to get a real crowd on our family of issues is primarily the churches, evangelical churches in the United States, and certain Catholic dioceses. If they will mobilize their parishioners, they can create a crowd. Of course, most of the time, the pastors, the priests, and especially the bishops, they don't want any part of anything that smells of real politics. So, but I've seen it done, and it can be impressive. And the other place, frankly, is the political parties. They can get crowds out. And every now and then they'll get a crowd out for a good reason, and you may or may not want to jump on the bandwagon. There are some local activist groups, here and there that really have good networks. People that do street protests and organize to pray in front of abortion. I hate to call them clinics, which is a real doctor's place, but abortion centers. Yeah. Abortion centers, they sometimes can turn out at least small crowds because the people that support them are willing to go on the streets and do things. So those are the places I've seen people get organized and do things. But it's very difficult when you don't have a real grassroots, locally organized effort, in my opinion.
I agree. Yeah, we were trying to organize a group via WhatsApp, okay, with the most engaged volunteers, but even though it's difficult, so it's not. In the media campaigns team, they are trying to build this kind of grassroots team in Madrid and Barcelona. There are two groups. One is almost 50 people, the other one is 30 or 40. But at the end of the day, they can bring 5-10 people in one rally, but it is not too much at this moment. Yeah, Edward?
Yeah, I would just say, as always, it depends. We perform a lot of offlines in Germany, and we always try to invite the people and to involve them. But we also have some opportunities with deliveries, whatever, when things are a little bit unsure. So, it's a little bit unsure. Will we have a clear date? Will we have maybe to move, to change something? So in some situations, it's more wise to say, no, let's not invite the people and just perform it because we have some things that are not clear. But in cases where it's very clear, when it's clear, we will perform it here and there at that time, and this will work. Then for sure invite your people. That's great, and usually at least some people show up. So that's not the point.
Okay, thank you. I want to share this video because it had a lot of repercussion, let's say, or many people saw in the the social networks.
Seguro que le encanta.
We sent to Miriam Nogueras to this
Le hemos
document,
mandado un...
we sent a flag of Spain via postal mail, and it was very simple video. And here there is no, well, not too much, but I think it was in TikTok, that we have a TikTok account. It was very viral. I mean, like 100,000 people or something like that. I think there were commenting, and here you have the number of plays, number of likes, and so on. So that was great to engage with people and bring more people to our social networks. So in summary, I think it was a very good campaign. If I had another similar, I would go for it, because it's great. Even though I scored very low some of the red flags for evaluation, but I understand this is acquisition, this is an opportunity, and we have to be there, and then to try to fight, because it's a fight that it's worthwhile.
May I ask a question, Miguel? Just 1 minute. Yes, because the topic about TikTok or other platforms or social media for young people is something that shows up frequently in our meetings. There are some campaigners that want to open a new social media for, to attract new people on our list, which is good, but I'm not sure, because as we tend to create a community and a list that is participating in our donation campaigns also, young people is not, in principle, they are not potentially donors for our causes. So I don't know, I'm not sure if the cost effect of creating new social media, which is at the end of the day more work, you have to, feed these new channels, and it's, at the end of the day, it's work. I'm not sure if it's worth it or not. So that's my question. It's an open question to discuss, just 1 minute or two if you want. But I think it's a good question to.
Yeah, thank you for this question. I agree. This is a very interesting point to talk. I don't know, Ignacio or Mike, if you want to say something about this. Ignacio, you are muted.
Oh, sorry, I was talking. I would say that, if you have a big media campaigns team like in Spain, maybe it's worthwhile to test it out, and see what happens with. Well, actually, we just separated. I just remembered Javier Nogués used to work for within the Department of Campaigns at TOIR, and he was dealing with the social networks. And a few weeks ago, he was moved to the audiovisual department. So right now, Twitter, because Twitter is more, it's more directly related to campaigning. Twitter remains within TOIR, but Instagram and Facebook, and I think that's the only two social networks where we have activity right now. So those two are being managed by Javier Nogués for TOIR within the audiovisual team. So again, I mean, I would be okay if we tested, let's say, in Spain, because we have more
Le
team,
hemos mandado
in
un
Spain.
regalito muy especial a la diputada que retiró la bandera de España.
Yeah.
Seguro
See
que...
what happens. Yeah, I mean, the 308 comments, that's huge. I mean, I've heard, I don't use TikTok at all, and I've heard that it's completely, it's the social network that gets more viral dissemination of anything you put, so maybe we could test it and then take a decision on, is it worthwhile to do it in other places? At the end of the day, our main communication channel, it's email. Of course, very young people don't use email or use it very sparingly. very rarely. But you know, my main concern about using TikTok or other social networks or other tools or whatever is that we lose focus. And you know, it could happen that we are doing less of email or we're doing worse with email, and because we are so much focused on, you know, trying to get more, you know, I don't know how do you call it in TikTok, more sharing of the video that we're launching on TikTok. So that's my main concern. Yeah, Luis, do you want to say something?
No, just saying that there are followers, I think they're called, like in the other social networks. Yeah.
Great. So if you can, yeah, thank you. So so that's my main take. On the other hand, with Copy AI, with GPT-4, maybe we can create the same amount of copies, you know, for email, dedicating a little bit less of time. If we dedicate half or a quarter of time to produce the same copies, then the copy quality is going to be low. So we need to work a lot on prompts, and then, you know, sending, you know, creating, tweaking, improving the copy with different, you know, consecutive prompts. And so prompt engineering, it takes time. And then we need to revise the copy, you know, before, because it sounds robotic when it's produced. So we cannot say, you know, we're gonna do the same amount of copy with a quarter of dedication of time. So that's but maybe we can have a little bit more time. So maybe we can do a little bit, but I would do it always or at least in principle in the beginning as a test. And then if it works incredibly well and we get many signatures from TikTok, whatever, we might consider, you know, implementing it maybe in 2 countries, and then in 3 countries, and maybe then in 4 countries, and then we can take a decision, you know, if it's worthwhile or not. But I'm a little bit concerned that, you know, this is the new shining object, you know, TikTok, and let's do everything there, and then we lose focus. That's very dangerous.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Nacho.
I totally agree with that. And I've experienced that multiple times. On the other hand, we can't be afraid to never try new things. But most new shiny objects are going to turn out to be a distraction, not an aid. I did want to add to something I said. I forgot a major source of people that will go to the streets. And just for background, the left devotes a lot of time, money, and talent to preparing people to do street action. It's a formal hidden network, and they have a huge advantage because most universities and colleges around the world are overwhelmingly leftist, and those children have nothing really to do except occasionally go to class. So they have that tool that they can organize and turn out and indeed make violence, which is also part of their plans. However, we also on our side frequently do have organized groups on college campuses and universities, especially pro-life, that could be used. But again, you would have to have allies because it is not really within our capability or our mission to do that. We have our piece of the puzzle, but that's another place where you might find pools of people that really will turn out and do things.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. I think we are done about this presentation. Just to mention this thing, I want to check the churn of these new members acquired, but this is something I want to analyze. Probably in the executive council we'll check with. I mean, compare the churn of some different topics. I mean, unity of Spain versus pro-life or versus pro-family, but this is something interesting to me because in Actioid I think we have maybe a more higher rate of churn than maybe others, but I will confirm. Yeah, thank you very much. I think we can just have another break, Ignacio. So how long do you think?
Yes, another break. So now it's 7:04. So maybe we're meeting in 11 minutes. So that would be 7:15 Madrid time. Okay?
Okay.
Or in 11 minutes or so.
Okay, great.
See you now.
Thank you. Bye.
See you in a while.
sexual life.
Okay, I think it's time to continue.
Let's go. Thank you.
So, Teresa, it's your turn.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. We are going to the fall after the campaign today. The campaign title. Sorry, I will share my screen. A moment, please. You have the brief, and do you see my script? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, and you have more information in the narrative document. Okay. Yes. Yes. For the campaign title was Boycott TV3 for its parody, for its fun of the Virgen del Rocío, Virgin of the Drop in English, maybe drop. In any case, it was an opportunity campaign about the issue of religious freedom, and the campaign was for acquisition. To give you more context, I want to comment some things that in the Holy Week, the more important week for Catholic people in the world, a comedian, a presenter in a public regional TV made a fun, a very bad fun about the sexual life of the Virgin Maria in her dedication to Virgen del Rocío, a name of the Virgin in Spain. No, it was during the Holy Week, as I say, and the program was broadcast on regional public television in Catalonia, in a Spanish region, with the taxes of people, no, public television, no. This channel, this TV, depends on the regional government in Catalonia, no? But in addition, the program, the very bad fun, also made fun of the Andalusians. Andalusians are people that live in another region in Spain, the Andalusia, because in this region, Andalusia, there is a great devotion for the Virgen del Rocío. No? It is a characteristic of Andalusia for people living in the region. Not only religious meaning, also cultural and traditional significance. No? The fact is that this program was in Holy Thursday, yes, and 5 days after the program, the media was still talking about this program, this party, no. The protest and the anger of the people increased in the week and in the Easter week, no. So we decided to launch the campaign. I help you, Pablo, because Pablo carried out this campaign. Because one thing was the decision to launch the campaign, but there was some change in about the decision maker and the petition issue. No, Pablo, do you?
Yes. When I fulfilled this Rex for 4, my first temptation was to ask the CEO, is not the CEO, is another name, but the CEO of this public TV to fire this guy, no, the author of this
The comedian, yes.
And because this is a public TV, and you can make pressure on politicians because they have to approve the budget of the TV and something like that. The problem is this is the public TV of Catalonia, and they are separatist politician, and this is a separatist public TV, and they are not going to listen to us. So finally, because we have a lot of different cases of hate speech and something like that against Christians and Spanish people. We ask for close the TV directly.
Thank you, Pablo. Yes, we in the Red for Fall. We a moment. We in the Red for Fall number 1. We gave it a score 4 because many people can sign because the topic it was very sensitive, no, very yes. And even though Holy Week has already ended, it is still in the media, no. And we decide before the Holy Week to take the finish or the end of the wave in the media and in the social networks, and we launched the campaign. The campaign was good in our acquisition with more than 5,000 of signatures. You can see the brief, and more than 3,000 of new signatures. The new members was 7.83, and we have some areas. Okay, the Red for Force number 2 was about the fight and the help our friends or allies. The fact was that Vox and PP and other institutions, groups, civics, associations protested against the program, but know about our campaign. They were annoyed against the program in general, no? But yes, and the Red Force number 3 about the fighting this fight, and if we can hurt our enemies or the allies, the fact is that, as Pablo said, the TV3 is a very, very independentist television, and they are proud of offend the Spanish people because they are independentists, and they are proud to offend Catholic and Christian people in general. No, the fight was difficult. No, in this case, and the Red 444. We gave it a 3 score. But if we win the battle, yes, we get a good value, a good more freedom for Christian, but it was very, very difficult. No, we didn't win the campaign in any case, and in addition to the petition, to the signatures of the signatures, we did two things. Was two complaints against TV3 in front of before the Audiovisual Council of Catalonia, and before the FORTA, the Federation of Autonomous Radio and Television Organization. We have more information here in the narrative. Is here Maria Sanchez Galindo? Okay, Maria?
Yes,
Are
I'm
you
here.
Do you comment the complaints against TV3s? Yes?
Yes, sure. Okay.
You have the paper? Yes.
Yes. You present, right?
Okay.
So at that point we had we always have the option to file a complaint because of hate speech against religious people, but another association that fight for similar values as we do already did. So we wanted to be different. We didn't want to follow the same steps. So talking about criminal law, the only thing that could be done was a hate speech against religious people. So we went for the file, like the opening a file against the television in the proper institutions. There were two institutions that control or take supervision of TV3. It was the CAC, is the Council, the Judicial Council of Catalonia. It's an dependent institution from the regional government of Catalonia. So we could suspect that the decision was going to be as it is, that they denied any hate, any discrimination against religious people, Christianity, or Spanish speakers, or women, because we talk about many arguments, not only Christianity, but women and the female role that the Virgin represents was awful. If you are a woman, you don't are always thinking of sex or things like that, as they represented. We also used the argument of Andalusia region, that is in the south part of Spain, they have a special fest for the Rocío Virgin. That was the Virgin, let's say, ridiculized. And another argument was the Spanish speakers. That program always has Catalonian speakers, and when there is a joke or some, let's say joke, it's not joke, it's injuries or something like that, they speak Spanish, so the rest people can understand and can feel offended. So that is dependent institution said that there wasn't any violation of the regulation, that they took supervisions. And then we also filed a complaint before FORTA. This is a Federation of Radios and Televisions. This is a national organism, but they are not a public institution. So we filed the complaint, but they didn't answer, and they really doesn't have the obligation to do that. So let's say that we already closed our legal actions because we cannot even appeal the first decision of the CAC institution, because once they close the file, you cannot appeal. You can go to the court, but not in an administrative instance. And then the FORTA organism, we can wait, but I believe they won't answer, as they don't have any obligation to do that. I don't know if I explain myself. Please ask me anything you need.
Thank you, Maria. A moment, I will share with you. We share the complaints with our people, with our followers by email, and also media campaigns. Maria made a simple video to explain the legal actions, the legal complaint, because it was complicated, no? In Spanish.
Cannot listen the video, I think, anyway.
Okay.
But don't worry, because I think it's in Spanish, so no one. Or
Do you read the?
Yeah, here are the images of the mocking percent, okay? When they were mocking the Virgin. Here it's Maria explaining the legal action that we were undertaking. Yeah, I think you can move forward because there is no sound here.
Yes, it is an example. I will finish, but the video was very clear, and Maria showed the arguments, no, the reasons for the complaints. Sorry about the campaign.
Pablo has raised his hand. Maybe.
Yes. Just to, it's a question for, well, can be for you, Miguel, or Nacho, or Mike. As you know, Miguel, there is another Christianity association that denounced the presenter of this show, and they got some. Well, now the presenter is charged. No, he has to go to court and something like that. My question is, if he finally is convicted, do you think that we have to do nothing and say nothing, or because we launched this campaign, we should tell at least that this man is convicted if it finally happened, but because it's not our denounced, you know?
We are not the
the
claimants
Abogados
or the
Cristianos,
plaintiffs.
the association that has denounced this man and now is charged because of them.
Yeah, I mean, if he's finally condemned, if there is a court sentence saying that he did something wrong, I think that's relevant enough to to send a report back, and remember our people what we did. And it is another thing that has been done by another group, or maybe we don't need to mention the group, or maybe yes. I mean, but it's something new that's sufficiently relevant and sufficiently connected to our campaign that I would probably inform our members. But I don't know if you agree, Miguel, Antonio.
Yeah, I agree. I only want to comment that there are different relationships with other groups, like this one. Okay, in this case, we don't have a very close relationship because they want to. Sometimes they were angry about us, about our actions. So we are just ignoring ourselves. So when we go for a campaign, they sometimes join and do the same campaign and they copy us. But we don't really care too much. They are smaller than us. We are just doing our fight, and yeah, sometimes we mention other groups when we want to build a coalition, but in this case, we don't have this coalition right now. So there is no big benefit on mentioning them in this case, I think.
Yes, I want to comment on that. We decide do not register the complaints in the tribunals, in the
courts,
because Abogados Cristianos did it, and I remember, Maria, do you can you help me that in Spain there is the comedians against the Christian and the freedom of expression is very, very protected by the laws and by the tribunals, no?
Yes. Most of the cases concerning art, museums, artists, or television information broadcasting are very protected because of the right to inform and the freedom of expression. So a joke is can be everything depending on the court. I mean, we always try to follow the legal steps, but I am not sure how the complaint presented by Abogados Cristianos will end up. In the case the court say that there is they committed a crime, I think of course we can return to those institutions, to those organisms, to say, okay, if they committed a crime, they are violating the regulations of the audiovisual contents. So let's see what happened. I am following it.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you. We send the classical series about the campaign, the launch. You can see here, and in one of them was the complaints against TV3, and we send a report back. But as Ignacio said, we can send other email if the issue, if the subject is in the media in the future. No? We didn't deliver the signatures in person, only by email. And about other comments, sorry, we talk about the numbers. It was well. It works well. The expense was minimum for the lawyer, our lawyer, and about the political impact of this campaign. The subject, the fund, the very bad fund against the Virgin Maria was a very high impact, but in the respect to our campaign, we sent a press release and a digital newspaper, very closer digital newspaper, Revista Digital, published our press release. No? Politicians talked about the campaign, but about the matter, about the subject, about the scandal, but no specifically about our campaign. It is correct, no, Pablo? Juanma Moreno, the president of region of Andalusia, I said before about the impact of this program in Andalusia, protested against the program.
Yes, I will also say that not politically, but the pressure we made, and not only ours, because there are other associations, especially in Catalonia, that protested about this. But the pressure makes some success, because the week after this program, because this program is once a week, I think. So the next week, this man makes another joke, but this time with a Christian, a Muslim, and an Hinduist, trying to make fun of all religions. It wasn't Mahoma; it's only Muslim, but he thought that with that and laughing about all religions is going to be better, and he don't care only about Christianity, but all the religions, because obviously he's not a religious man. But it makes pressure of him, and he responds. And always when the president of Andalusia asked him to say sorry, he asked the president of Andalusia to say sorry to him, because he offended with whatever he wants. He's a crazy man. But of course, the pressure was what high, because he has to respond. But from the TV, no one says nothing, and no one cancels anything. It's just the advertising that stopped collaborating with this program a month after this joke. So he lost some financial advertising that was associating the program. No? There was two Haribo, and I don't remember the other, but well, at least we harmed in some way, this man. But of course, our petition is maybe too high to close all the TV, and we don't success there. But of course, it wasn't a completely lose, because they lose money, and that's always hurt.
Thank you, Pablo. A comment is that in Holy Week in Spain, the country was stopped. No, people and we know the program, the party the next week, and we had a doubt about the opportunity of the campaign, but the results showed that the campaign was good. It was an opportunity, and the decision was fine. No. Sorry. I want to talk about the speed in launching the campaign. Congratulations, Pablo, and the campaign got a good appreciation goal. And we know that the theory of change was quick, because the television is very bad. It's independent. It's anti-Christians, against Christian. Sorry, but we believe that it was a mandatory campaign in any way, no, for the terrible fun about about the Virgin Maria, no. About the narrative. Yes.
Can I say something?
Yes.
I want to highlight that in this petition we didn't have a signatures delivery in person. I mean, we normally go with the box, and we go to the decision maker in person and deliver the signatures. But in this case, we didn't do because, one, we delivered online, but this is not the main reason. The main reason is that what we did to demonstrate that we are doing something is the legal actions. Okay, so we focus our report back in the legal actions that we undertook. So I'm not sure. I want to ask. It's a question. I mean, especially for Ignacio, Mike, Antonio. Do you think it's fair enough to close, let's say, a petition like this with a legal action? I will maybe share my screen in this case because I want to show you the report back that you can see. Or do you think that we should have shared some pictures here with the box and the signatures delivery, because we just sent this one and then we never added any other update about this, about how is the file going and so on. If we succeed,
I'm pretty sure that we don't need to go and to the headquarters of the decision maker and file the signatures 100% of the time. We can just send it via postal mail sometimes, or every time somebody signs, there's an email being sent to the decision maker, and then you can some other times you can do some other things like just the legal, file the legal claim. And so I don't know about this one in particular, but we don't need to file, present the signatures all the time. We don't need to always take a picture of that and include a report back. It's good that our people see that we're doing different things, not always the same thing.
Yeah,
I would say.
Okay.
It's a general rule, but it depends on each campaign.
Yes. Also, the time of the campaign was very short. I remember that 3 or 4 days, more or less, because the signatures were down, no, well down with the time. Yes, Maria.
Here we can see that the number of
I would say, of course, at that time we were running out of time, but maybe instead of delivering the signatures to the in the headquarters, we could take the picture in front of the Council of Audiovisual, the Catalonian Audiovisual Council. Instead, for example, to have a video and pictures for the report back, but maybe it's enough only with the stamp complaint. I don't know. It's a suggestion.
Yeah, in my view, we have limited time or limited resources, as many times we explain. Sometimes that kind of campaign sometimes lasts very little time. And I mean, if you don't follow the issue, you are losing, the topic is dying slowly. I mean, I don't find any reason to go go the extra mile and have a delivery of signature for a very short campaign. I prefer to wait until we find a very good campaign, and then you can show muscle, but not in every campaign you have to do the same. Yes, you try acquisition, is good, the campaign is dead. So I mean,
yes, I agree.
Okay, thank you. Teresa, do you think you have finished, or there is something else you may add?
Yes, it is finished for me. If there is any question from anyone.
Okay, we had one left. Thank you so much, Teresa. Maybe there is another question, but in the meantime, I want to say that we had one more campaign to analyze, but that was just to show a test that we did, a testing of the petition approach. Okay, we thought that maybe that was too repetitive, the last one, but we only have 8 minutes, so I'm not sure we have to go for it, Ignacio, or we can skip it. What do you think?
We have 7 minutes, let's say. So maybe you can present the test, only that, and we are done.
Okay. So thank you, Teresa. Maybe Pablo, do you want to, because I think you prepared this one, so you can just show the test, and maybe we can comment a bit.
Okay, very fast. 1 second. Here. I will go to the narrative because here I have the links to the test. Well, the thing is that you all probably know we are with no time, so I'm going to be fast. We have a campaign against Netflix because because what cartoons for children, no? So at the beginning, I thought that maybe the classical approach we have been using these years is a little repetitive, of course, because I'm a campaigner and I make the campaigns. Maybe for our people, it's not the same. So, well, I was trying to think something different, and I proposed Rockshore 4 with my idea, and we discussed in a meeting with Nacho, and he proposed the classical approach. So we decided to make a test, a 50% test for our list, and we sent for the 50% of the list, one campaign, and to the 50% of the list, the other campaign. The same day, just 2 or 3 hours difference between one and another. And the next day by the morning, we were watching the results, and this one was getting more new members. So because it was an acquisition campaign, we decided to run this petition instead of this one. Okay. So I think it was a good practice because we can base on numbers and not in like me in suspicious what campaign run, and also we make very quick decisions because it was a viral issue that is going also on the media, and we want to take advantage of this polemic. So that's the reason, because we only take like 12 or 20 hours to decide what campaign launch to the whole list. And then the numbers confirms that we suspect, because the campaigns were pretty well, almost 40,000 signatures. The same I thought in Argentina and Mexico, that they send this campaign in their countries, and finally 70,000 signatures. I don't remember. Here in Spain, almost 6,000 of new members. So it was a very good one. Just to comment that for this kind of test, I think is a pretty good thing if we are testing one campaign to another. But I'm not so sure if we are looking for a test for acquisition. I think we need more time, because if the sample is too small, sometimes we need more time to see if we reach new member. Because if our people doesn't share the petition or share with people that are already in our list, we are not going to have good results in short time. This is something I realized, or I think is my theory, looking for the number of these campaigns, because if you see the numbers of the 48 hours or the days before, the number of new members was increasing. So, and in other campaigns, I saw it too, that we have better numbers have several days before that in the first 24 hours, that maybe sometimes we have to make a decision. So my conclusion for that in this kind of test is that it's better to send, if you can, to the whole list, that only a small part of the list. If you do that, maybe you have to wait more than 24 hours to make this kind of decision. But for this test, that is only to compare two different approach to the same test, this kind of studies work pretty well, and for us was a very good practice. So maybe we can repeat in the future.
Yeah, thank
Okay,
you.
well, thank you.
Ignacio, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry, Miguel.
I was saying that maybe in this similar situation, we will go next time to the classical approach, because we knew that the newer things didn't work very well. Maybe our list is wanted to fight in the classical way, but so we are learning all the time, and in this case we learned that maybe doing very extravagant things doesn't work. Okay, so next time we will go directly to the good one. But yes, maybe if we have doubts, this kind of tests are very good, and I agree that was a good practice. Thank you. Thank you, Pablo.
Thank you, Pablo, Miguel, Teresa, Maria, all the team, and Juanma. Very, very, very interesting. Like the other day. So I think we are done for today. It's 1 minute. We have 1 minute left just to say goodbye to. I wanted to say thank you for the people that prepared the presentation. They were pretty good. Also, thank you for the people that, all the participants that have read the briefs, and you know, you have added your comments, you have participated in the you know, the discussions. I really well appreciate also very much Mike and Kirk, and how they have taken the opportunity to teach, you know, and you know, repetition is the key to learning. So I really love to you know, continue increasing my understanding of this model, which we're just starting to really learn and apply, and you know, and we've seen that we can achieve sometimes victories, and you know, the more we practice, the better we'll become. The bigger the list, the more involved our people are, you know, the more fundraising we do will eventually, you know, make a big impact in politics and in our countries. That's what we're trying to achieve, and we're getting closer. So we appreciate it very much. Hopefully next evaluation meeting next year, in a year or so, we'll do it live in person. But you know, that's something that will happen. Before that, we have the retreat in January. I mean, looking forward to seeing you. Thank you. I don't know, Antonio, Mike, do you want to say something to finish?
No, just bye-bye. It was a pleasure, and I hope you learn a lot, as I do, during these days. You know, thank you, everyone.
That's all I
Thank
would
you.
say too. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Keep the fight.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mike,
Thank you.
and all
Bye.
presented.
Thanks,
Thank you.
everyone.
Bye. Have a blessed week.
Bye, everyone. Good summer.
Good job.
God bless you.
Bye.
We'll be in touch. Adios.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.